What's up, everyone? What's going on? We'll get started pretty soon. Yo, what's up, YouTube chat? What's up, Twitch chat? I love the dual streaming. It's so cool. I do wish it was more, like, combined, but I feel like people on Twitch like the Twitch stuff and people on YouTube like the YouTube stuff. So for now, I should have two chats open. Simple. Yo, what's up, Chi-Town? What's up, Louise? Louise? I don't know how you pronounce it. But yeah, what's going on, everyone? How y'all doing tonight? There we go. Where's my sustain pedal? It's somewhere here. I'm feeling around with my foot trying to find it. Got it. Yeah, I've looked at some of the things that combine them into one chat. I mean, they seem cool. If my chats were a little bit faster and unruly, I'd probably do something like that. But for now, managing to just isn't that bad. It'd be kind of cool to have them on screen so people could feel more involved. I know there's some implications, like Twitch doesn't want you have shared chat. People don't, I don't know, whatever. It's all a big thing. I'll look and see, I guess, how other streamers do it, so. You know what? I'm gonna cut my mic and we'll just do desktop audio. You guys let me know how this sounds. There we go. Cool. It's always fun to do a little bit of that before we get started. Yo, I love the colors on this shirt. Oh my god. This isn't even a plug for my merch store. Like, I promise it's not. I actually like it's a comfortable shirt. The colors look sick. It has like a cool retro look. I might want to recreate this in the terminal with ASCII art. Also, this shirt, this is fun. This shirt's an extra large, but it's becoming too big on me because I'm actually losing weight. So it's fun to see that. Nice skill, by the way. Yo, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Making a piano keyboard seems crazy, but possible. Maybe it's natural for humans to use piano way also to share thoughts, but not as music, but as text. I don't know what that would look like. I know people use a regular keyboard to do music on when they don't have like a MIDI keyboard. But I can't even imagine like using a MIDI keyboard to try and control like a typing or anything like that. Honestly, if I'm trying to express what's on my brain, I reach for like, you know, this keyboard when I want to share the thoughts with others, but I reach for my piano when I just need to like bring the thoughts into reality in a way that at least I'm satisfied with. That doesn't need to make sense to other people. It's in everything. Do you play any other instruments as well? Yes. Piano's probably my favorite instrument to play. I'm probably the best at it. I can drum a little bit. I can keep some basic patterns. I know some fun little drum things. Probably guitar would be my next favorite. I have a bunch of guitars over here. I'm decent at them, but I'm definitely better at piano. I have an acoustic here. I don't remember the last time this thing's been tuned, so I don't think this is going to sound good. Wow, that stayed in tune really well. Oh my god. I didn't expect that. Oh, I don't like sitting like this. There we go. You can't really see it as well, but this is way more comfortable to sit than this way. You look like a guitar guy. Yeah, I think it's the hair. Yeah, I know basic guitar stuff. I'm not the best guitar player. Piano is definitely more my thing. Ooh, it's a little out of tune. I prefer a pick. Hold on. So out of tune. You know what I can do? Why am I overcomplicating this? Octave is... I transposed it a little bit, didn't I? There we go. That sounds better, right? There we go. Play that Radiohead song again. Yeah, dude. Yeah, the Street Spirit. The Fade Out of the One album. I can't think of the name of the album. What is it? Yeah. It's definitely on piano, but, you know. Or it's on guitar, sorry. A little bit better at piano. So this is a little bit uncomfortable. I love your content. Shout out from Holland, mate. Yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, normally it's programming content. It's not music, but you know, why not throw in just a little bit of music, right? exercises for my fingers. My fingers are so weak. I am not meant to play guitar. I don't remember how to play that one. Cool chords, though. You play Tenacious D, the best song in the world? Nah, I don't even know how that sounds, to be honest. Alright. I'm gonna call it here with the music. We gotta actually get some programming done, guys. I am here to program. Can you script this track? On my other YouTube channel a couple years ago, I wrote a JavaScript program that could create MIDI. So I actually wrote procedurally generated piano music. It sounded... It was something. It wasn't that great. I'll pull it up. Bash script output MIDI. You might be able to. Bash doesn't handle binary data that well. I don't remember the MIDI spec exactly. It's been years since I've looked at it, but it may actually be possible to do something like that. Let me pull it up and then I'll share my screen. Love your man cave. Thank you. This is my house. This is my living room. There's my TV. There's couches behind me. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of a man cave. It's kind of also just, this is where I live. How would I even find it? I don't even know how to find stuff. Dave Eddy piano algorithm. I'm searching YouTube for that. We're going to pull it up. Did I not call it algorithm? Dave Eddy piano procedurally. I use that word a lot. I really can't find my own video that I wrote. That's crazy. Programmatically? Oh yeah, there it is. Wow, I should go through and change some of these. Let's see. Can I share my screen? I can. Look at that. Cool. 17K subs. This channel is growing. Yo, it really is. Like 100% it is. It's actually crazy to see. I love it. It's not like a giant growth. I mean, it's great growth. I'm not complaining, but it's been like steady. I haven't had a moment where it just like crazy blew up. It's just been like steady up, which I think is good. It feels like that's more sustainable. So yeah. You can have an int32 array or something like that and write the bytes to that. Oh yeah, definitely. That's, yeah, you could totally do that. Like as a way of representing it in Bash and then sort of just like being able to serialize it out to a file when you needed to. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Maybe I'll add that to my list of things to do. But here, I'll show you guys this. This is from my other YouTube channel where I put music content out. I don't update that one as often. That's just my music content, but I kind of got into programming content a little bit before I started this channel. So you can see here, Dave Eddy piano algorithm, whatever. This is just a 5-hour stream of piano songs that were written from that. And this is my 36-minute video where I actually show how I programmed it, how I coded it, what went into the whole process. Look at short hair baby Dave there. Oh my God, that was before I decided. That was 3 years ago. That was before I decided to cut out to grow out my hair. So yeah, it's funny to see. Such a classic pose too, and just the. I mean, hold on. Oh, I hate those headphones. Let's see. You're doing well, mate. Just be your authentic self and true to yourself. That's my plan. It's such a cheat code. This sounds so stupid. If you have any desire to create content, just be yourself, because one, you won't get burnt out. Two, it's easy and comes naturally. And three, people love it. Like, it's literally win-win-win. When people create like these ridiculous characters, like, dude, you're gonna burn yourself out. You are a candle at burning at both ends, you know? Like, you'll burn bright and then you'll be gone. So yeah, I can get down with that advice. Orchestrate a code, note to self, black screen. Listen, man, use my chat to take notes to yourself. I love that. Dig the long hair more. Yo, appreciate it. Yeah, I've been on the fence about it. I may cut my hair eventually in the future, but for now, I don't mind it. It's fine. I'm learning how to better take care of it. My one friend's been teaching me all these secrets, because she has very similar hair to what I have. Hers is like 3 times as long and incredible. So that's why I trust her. She was like, Dave, go buy these products and do this routine. I was like, listen, I trust you with my life. You have hair that could be, like, you could be a model with that hair. It's incredible. Rest the face, not so much. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, man. I'll clip this and send it to her. I love your content. Are you thinking of releasing something bigger / paid, something like From Zero to Hero for Bash? I'm thinking of releasing exactly that, exactly From Zero to Hero for Bash, as a series of YouTube videos, like multi-long hour course, but it will all be free. So no, you will not have to pay for it. I may, if I do want to start making money off of this, I may create a Patreon to do like behind the scenes stuff and, you know, like Discord hangouts and stuff. But I'm not going to paywall my educational content. That's sort of my own personal thing. So like, I'm not going to make money off of that, but yeah, I do plan on making a Bash course. So there's that. When you show yourself there's no AI that can replace you, anomalies are the future. I do think there's something to be said about that. I think, you know, with the rise of like AI influencers and like all that stuff that Meta just announced, where like, you know, our platform's going to have fake users. Like, you already had fake users. I think that just people being authentically themselves will be, like, authenticity is going to be the new currency. Yeah, I can see that. Hi, Metal Hair Dave. Sup, Wishmaster? How you doing from the Twitch chat? Let's see. I was wondering, I know a little about your backstory, but are you working in IT, and what is your past / background? I've talked about that a couple times. I'll give you the quick synopsis. Yes, I'm currently working in the field, basically doing sysadmin work, and been doing that for the last like 15 years. That's pretty much all I say about that. Let's see. Any ETA? 2025. My goal is 2025 for the Bash course. Does that mean March? Does that mean October? I don't know. I truly don't know. I haven't started working on it yet. I may actually work on it on stream. Which would be cool, because I can ask people like questions like, hey, like, what are you trying to learn? Like, I want to cater this course to the people who want to learn. Like, I want this to be useful. So I may do that, but we'll see. Let's see. Everybody talks like that. No paywall. You have link. Is that LinkedIn? What do you think about that portal? Are you asking about LinkedIn? I do not have a LinkedIn, if that's what you're asking. I've never used that site. I have no desire to. Anything I've heard about it sounds like it's garbage. So, yeah, no real thoughts. Yeah. Your own company or employed? If I had my own company, I would be talking about it non-stop. So instead, I just don't talk about it, and I keep that part of my life kind of private. It's tech related. That's all I say. But my goal would be to be able to quit and just focus on like content creation and doing this stuff all day, because this stuff's mad fun. You're a genius, creating a training course by live streams and getting live feedback. Dude, it's win-win-win, man. It's a live stream, so it attracts viewership. It's a live stream on YouTube, so it gets put up as a VOD that people can watch later and I get ad revenue from. It's a live stream, so I have a chat that I can stop myself from getting bored with, and a chat that is eager to learn, so they can tell me what they would want out of a course. It really is win-win-win-win-win. So yeah, I love this streaming thing. It's great. Oh, but yeah, here's the video where I show how I like, look at that. It's the same background. Same backdrop. Wow, I got so much better at lighting. Wow, my hair looks so much better longer. Oh, it totally does. That's crazy to see. Wow, look at little short hair Dave over there. Oh, little baby. And then we have this one for anyone who's like curious. That's loud. That is very loud. Here's what I'll do. Just so you guys can get an idea. It might be too loud. Let me know if it's too loud. This is what the algorithmically generated piano music sounds like. So this is the opposite of AI. There's no intelligence here. This is just like a script in JavaScript that generates MIDI data, and then I run it through my digital audio workstation. I got a nice little cute little animation playing down here. So as you can see, I've always had the terminal aesthetic, even 3 years ago when I uploaded this. 446 views. I did not know how to grow that YouTube channel. This one I'm way better at. So yeah, there's that. Let me turn off my desktop audio before I forget. Let's see. It's not created by X course for which people pay. No one wants to pay. It's community created course. Yeah, I don't have any intention of... I could probably make a course. And I could announce it, and I could sell it, and I could probably make good money on it. And I'm all for people doing that. Like, I don't have anything wrong with that. I just don't want to. I'd rather just... Ideally, it would be... I want it to be like, so when people ask me, Dave, I want to learn Bash. How do I get started? I'll be like, here's how you get started. You don't need to pay me thousands of dollars. You don't need to pay me $5. It's free. Go there. Now it's your job. You said you want to get started? Okay. Here it is. Here are all my resources for free. Now it's on you. Like, put in the work and you'll learn something. I don't promise you a job. I don't promise you riches. I promise you, if you take my Bash course that doesn't exist yet, you will learn Bash. That's my promise. So yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. What fun console and Bash animations you now? Like the train or Matrix train? I don't have any of those. Yeah, no. The only cool Bash animation I have is the one that I designed on stream, actually, which was the Christmas one. xmas.ysap.sh, pipe it to Bash, and there you go. That's one of my favorite little animations. We coded that on stream, so that was super fun. In which order do you think is better? Learning Bash greater than C or Python? Do you think people would be better off learning C first? Let me get back to your question. That's a big question. But if people know that it's not the author who created the course, but the author was only a tool and the people were guiding him, you get it? It's marketing 9,000. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, that's one of the things where it's like it would be like a community driven effort. Obviously still be steering the ship. I would still I'm gonna license it however I license it, whatever. But yeah, it's cool to actually get the community involved. Like if I'm supposed to teach you guys Bash, I should ask you questions along the way. I got to learn about you before I can teach you something. So yeah, I think there's something to be said about that. In which order you think is better? I don't think it matters. If you've never programmed before, I'd recommend picking up Python, just because I've got a Bash and C and Python. Python's probably the easiest to approach and the easiest to actually start making something meaningful with. Then I would recommend probably learning C and learning systems at the same time, because C is it is its own language and it can run on all operating systems. It's going to outlast us all and it's going to live forever. But like, it is very tied to like a Unix-like system. When you start looking at, the standard library, when you start looking at the syscall layers, things like that, you're going to start to notice like it goes hand in hand with systems. It really does. Like, you want to read a file? Cool. We have to learn what a file is first. I would say do that. Bash is like its own thing. Learn that if you want to get better at using the shell and the terminal as a daily driver. That's what I would recommend. I am perfectly happy to pay for a distilled pill of Bash knowledge, which saved me from hundreds of hours. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Here's what I've heard. And how do I put this? Everyone who's in my chat right now, you are the people who would pay for this course. And I appreciate that. And you guys are awesome. I want to reach everybody. I want this resource to be for anybody who wants to learn. Of course, for the people who want to pay, I will give you ways to pay me. If you're like, I want to give you a tip, I want to donate on this, I want to subscribe to your Patreon, I want to do whatever, that's awesome. If you are like, I got value out of this, awesome. Look at Advent of Code. Actually, Advent of Code is a perfect example. You don't have to pay to do Advent of Code, but you can donate, and there are benefits to it. Look at this little AOC++. I got that plus because I donated. Okay, you don't have to pay for it, but you can if you really appreciate it. I really appreciate Advent of Code. It didn't have to be free. It is free, and Eric's created tens of hours, maybe hundreds of hours of fun for me. So yeah, like, if you're able to pay, then pay. That's my mentality. That's always my mentality. So the way I see it is, my course is free, but you can pay what you want. That's how I release my music too. I have let me see, what is my music site? Is it, I love how I don't know my own websites. Here's where I release my music. It's all on Spotify and stuff like that, but it's music.daveeddy.com, and you can be like, oh, let's listen to his album Nightfall. This is my latest album. It came out in April. It's on Spotify. It's on Apple Music. What's the price? $0. How do I get it? Download FLAC. Download MP3. You just go to the website and download it, man. It's yours. You want to donate? Awesome. Here's your donate button. You don't have to. Donate if you would like to support my work. Donations are always welcome, but never required. That's it. Bam. I said it perfectly. Always welcome, but never required. That's how I feel about it. So that's the course is going to be the same thing when I do get around to creating it, which will be this year. You need to start at season 1 of programming. So start with assembly. Oh, man. Yeah. Pay for Advent of Co with my sanity. Oh, dark space. You are in a dark place. Wow, that rhymed. That was incredible. Look at me. It's like those memes where it's like, yo guys, just started watching YouTube, you have any recommendations? And it's like the me at the zoo video. Yo guys, just started programming. It's like, dude's got logic gates on a breadboard. I say that jokingly. I mean, that might be a good way to do it. I wouldn't pay, to be honest. I already know Bash. I'm just here for the vibes. Yeah, exactly. Welcome. Yeah. When I say I want this course to be for everyone, when I create in the future, and even this content, that's what I mean. For the people who want to pay and for the people who don't want to pay, you're in the right place. That's literally what I mean by being welcoming to everything. Yeah, let's see. Just FYI, I'm a full stack JavaScript, TypeScript guy, but I use a lot of Bash for a lot of DevOps stuff. CI, AWS, scripting. You could say my stack is JS, CSS, HTML, SQL, and Bash. That is quite the stack, my friend. But yeah, if you're doing any sort of web dev stuff, you're going to encounter that 100%. Like, if you're going to use the terminal, you should know some Bash or some shell. If you're going to interface with a database at all, even if you're in a high level language where you use an ORM and it's all abstracted, it helps to know SQL. If you're going to use some library on top of, CSS or whatever, it helps to know CSS. It helps to know HTML. It doesn't hurt to have this under your belt. So there's that. I just finished your VOD on AOC Day 13. I got bored, so I found my own solution and put it in the comments. Then I continued watching and learned that Dark Space shows you the same solution. That's awesome, man. Oh, man. Listen, it's so funny because I think about people like you. I even mentioned people like you in my video where I was just talking in the woods. And what I mean by that is, like, I was like, these streams are probably fun for people, especially when I'm debugging issues. But if you know what the solution is before I get there, it's probably annoying. Like, you probably will just be like, okay, I got to go solve this. And I get that. That's like all engineers kind of feel that way. So that's awesome. I'll check out your solution. But yeah, Dark Space gave me the really good, like, math heavy solution and a completely good breakdown of it. So super appreciative of that. That's awesome. You checked out the VOD. Friendly and approachable will garner attention. I am classically trained in CS, but don't use it much for a living. I'm still here and interested in listening because of your personality. Yo, see, that's awesome. I appreciate that so much. I have people, especially on Instagram, that watch me. They're like, I have no idea what you're talking about, but you seem so confident and entertaining that I'll just watch whatever you put out. And I'm like, yeah, dude, like, what a nice compliment. Like, that's super nice. That's awesome. Let's see. I watch to see the problem solving. Yo, appreciate that. That's awesome. Yeah, it's always interesting to see how other people's minds work. It's tough watching other people problem solve sometimes because they'll get stuck on something that I would have figured out immediately, but vice versa. Places where I would get stuck, they just blow right past it. And I'm like, that's why it's beneficial to work on, like, teams. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. That is incredible. I pay, but not for course. I want music. We want... Oh my God, you might be the first person in history to pay for my music. That's not true. People have donated in the past. I shouldn't say that. But yo, I'm super appreciative. Thank you so much for the super chat and the YouTube thing. If you're on Twitch and you want to pay me, don't worry. I just need to stream one more day after this, and then I will reach affiliate status. And what does that get me? I don't know. Does that mean I can get bits and stuff? I literally do not know the answer to that question. But I'll probably have to start putting it on my stream, right? Like, people would want to see that pop up. So, yeah. Seems that you use iTerm. What are your thoughts on macOS terminals? Default terminal, Alacrity, Kitty. By the way, thanks for amazing content. Everyone wants me to use Ghost TTY or Ghosty. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. I don't care that much. I used the default one, Apple Terminal, until it didn't support a feature I wanted, which was true bit 24 color ANSI escape codes. Then I switched over to iTerm, so I got that, and that does what I want. I have no reason to jump over to other things. Yeah. Let's see. Bash. Maybe you can do a series about some of the most most Unix CLI tools like Oxed and others. Really like your video where you talk a bit about JQ. Yo, appreciate it. I got a lot of comments from people saying they liked my way of talking about JQ. So yeah, I talk about Bash a lot, but I should definitely jump into the external tools. It seems like people really like those. So that is on my list of things to do, especially in my Bash beginners course. You can't talk about Bash without talking about the external tools to be useful to people. So yeah, I get that. For what system do you like, Rust or C? I love Rust and I like C for pretty much all systems. C will run on basically every system. I mean, come on. Oh my God. Someone did what I wanted to do, which was like, if you program a game in C and use Raylib, I really like Raylib for doing game development. Someone already wrote a bridge between Raylib and libdragon. Raylib is for writing PC games that can, compile. You can even compile it to the web and use it with like WebAssembly. libdragon is for the Nintendo 64. So someone wrote it where you can write the code in C once and then play it on your computer as a game, or literally compile it natively for the Nintendo 64. That's incredible. C will work everywhere. That's what I love about C. Rust is so easy to prototype in. It's so easy to get started, and the compiler is so good with the errors it gives. I mean, yeah, just everywhere, really. I also liked your little rant regarding AI. I'm truly sick and tired of the AI bubble. Well, listen, half the people liked it and half the people hated it. It was extraordinarily divisive. I knew it would be. So I appreciate you saying that. That's cool. Yeah. I have a lot of thoughts on AI, and they're all in that rant. Well, they're not all there, but yeah. And if you were here for that live, yeah, you saw it happen. Think about it seriously. Someone just paid you asking for music, not Bash. It's a guidance, and hope you think about it, man. Wish you success. Yo, I appreciate it. Don't worry. I'm not going to stop ever making music. I still make music. I have that music channel. I just keep those somewhat separate, because a channel that has programming that does music periodically, YouTube doesn't know how to ship it out. So that's the only reason I keep it on separate channels. But yeah, I'm still making music. I mean, that album came out this year that I wrote. I wrote an album. It came out this year. You can go listen to it. Yeah. About terminals, QTerminal and the bookmarks is the best. You can click on commands like having a history, and you can click on commands. That's just amazing. Interesting. Yeah, never heard of it. I don't even know much about it. I would also like to see more Rust content. Hey, maybe. I know Rust decently well. But yeah, so far, I have too much content in the backlog for Bash that I can't take on new things. That's really what it is. I have too many ideas. So like, I don't mind giving out my ideas to people if they have time to execute them, because I'm one man. I don't have enough time to execute all this stuff. I wrote a game once in C and lost. I can't wrap my head around Bash versus ZSH versus Fish. I guess we need a history lesson. Because the difference in shells would make a good video, but the history of shells would make a really interesting video. I could do a video where I talk about the difference in shells, but to do the history, I would want to get in contact with some of these people, because some of these people who wrote these shells, I mean, they're still alive. Like, it's old technology, but it's not ancient. So like, I would love to get in contact with some of these people. Let's see. What was the reason for you to start your channel? Can you make a Rust 0 to Hero after Bash course? Listen, I'm not going to make promises for new content. Let me deal with my backlog for 2025 before I take on new things. Let's see. What was the reason for you to start the channel? I was on TikTok 2 years ago, and I made my first ever joke video where I said, yo, what's up, everyone? My name's Dave, and you suck at programming. And I knew I would get some engagement because I said programming and immediately jumped into Bash scripting, and that triggered a lot of people. And I was like, this video will be pretty funny. Maybe I'll get like 1,000 views. It got 600,000 views, and I was like, you know what? Let's try to make this a thing. So I stayed on TikTok for about a year and a half, making it my own thing, built a following, got like a cool community of people. And then my buddy in April was like, hey man, you should try Instagram. I'm on Instagram. It seems to be doing really well. And I was like, you know what? Let's do it. I already have a YouTube account. I have an Instagram. Let's make a You Suck at Programming Instagram. Let's make a You Suck at Programming YouTube and just see how it goes. I'm already making the content. And then both of them took off. So like YouTube, we're at 17,000 subscribers. Instagram at 169,000 followers. What? That's insane. Yeah, so there's that. I'm in the other 50% of the AI rant. Well, hey, welcome. I truly mean this. I want everyone to feel welcome here in the chat. Like, I'm totally down for people who feel different ways about it. This is important too. Oh my God. I talk about this sometimes, especially on like Instagram, where I'm like, guys, like, because people are always like, Dave, you always have the right opinion. And I'm like, you have to be very careful if you think that. Like, truly, to anyone, because you put them on a pedestal. And then once that person on a pedestal gives an opinion you don't agree with, you're suddenly like, oh, oh, I hate this person. It's like, you have to not do that. I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm saying like people have a tendency to do this where they idolize someone, and I have to like tell people like, listen, we're going to disagree on some things. That's totally normal. But I'm not going to hate someone because I disagree with them. Like, everyone's still welcome here. We're all just welcome to hang out. But I throw my biases out there. I'm like, here's how I feel. And you can watch my content or not. So, yeah, I honestly, truly appreciate you're here. If you ZSH, you have a problem. Nah, I disagree. Use whatever shell you're comfortable with. Yeah, I think it's as simple as that. Enough being derailed. I enjoy talking to my chat, but we have work to do. All right? We have code to write. So let's do this. Advent of code. What are we on? Day 16? That sounds right. Day 16, Reindeer Maze. It's time again for the Reindeer Olympics. This year, the big event is the Reindeer Maze, where the reindeer compete for the lowest score. Ooh, like golf. You and the historians arrive to search for the chief right as the event is about to start. It wouldn't hurt to watch a little, right? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think it would hurt. The reindeer start on the start tile, marked S, so convenient, facing east, and need to reach the end tile, marked E. They can move forward one tile at a time, increasing their score by 1 point, but never into a wall. They can also rotate clockwise or counterclockwise 9 degrees at a time, increasing their score by 1,000. Okay, so a single movement costs 1 point, and a rotation in 90 degrees in either direction costs 1,000. Without even reading ahead, as this is going to be some Dijkstra and using these weights as like a heuristic or something. But let's read on. To figure out the best place to sit, you start by grabbing a map, your puzzle input, from a nearby kiosk. For example, there are many paths through this maze, but taking any of the best paths would incur a score of only 70-36. This could be achieved by taking a total of 36 steps forward and turning 90 degrees a total of 7 times. Okay, so they show me what the ideal path would look like. Okay, that's the ideal path. Here's a second example. Oh, it's a different maze. Okay. In this example, the best path costs 11,000, etc. Following one such path would look like this. Okay, so it gives me 2 examples and what their best path look like. Note the path shown above includes 1 90-degree turn as the very first move. Okay, cool. So you started facing east, but you had to rotate. There's nothing you could do there. Okay. Analyze the map carefully. What is the lowest score a reindeer could possibly get? Whew. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, let's see how this goes. No one cares about this code thing. Talk to us more. Yeah, nope. Listen, I'll read the chat and I'll talk to you guys, but I care about this code thing, and we're streaming what I care about, so I'm in control of that. So what do we have here? Let's see. Make dir, day 16. Cool. Now we have, I don't know, we'll do like example 1.txt. We'll grab it from the website. Two.txt. We'll also grab this from the website. Cool. Is he going to make a bash course? Yes! This year, I'm going to make one. Not this stream, but I am going to make one this year. That's my promise for 2025. Play Erica song. I have no idea what that is. My ETA is 2025. No guarantee when. That's it. I care a little about the code thing. I think a lot of people do. Don't worry. And I do too. So that's all that matters, is that I care about it. So. But I do take breaks to... Do you use any plugin for programming in Vim? With Bash, no. With, I guess the only plugin I use is, I think this bottom bar might be something. It was like Airline or something. I forget exactly what it's called. I think that's it. With Rust, I use the language server, so I have like inline ALE is the plugin. But with Bash, I don't like having that. So, we want music. Who's with me? Not me right now. We're in We Want Programming, so that's what's going to happen. If you want music, I have a ton of music. Go to my Spotify and listen. I make money off that. I make like almost 1 cent off a single stream. So let's see what we got here. Let me go get my real input. I'm gonna stop the share. Cool. I copied my real input. You want a link to my Spotify? Here, I'll show it to you, actually. Give me 1 second. Let's see if this still works. And then I'm going to stop getting derailed, so I'm warning you. You can keep talking in the chat, don't worry, but I'm not going to get derailed. Does this link still work? This link works. Okay, cool. So yeah, here's my Spotify up here. Here's what it'll look like when you find it. You'll find my whole discography. Nightfall is definitely my best album. It's my latest one. I will put the link into the YouTube chat. There you go. When you click that link, it'll redirect you to my Spotify, and you will find my stuff there. So yeah, go check out my stuff. Yeah, no problem, man. All right. How are we going to do this? I already have some ideas, but let's just start programming. And then I'll explain what's going on. Vim part 1, we're going to do what we've done a million times here. But we should be getting really good at it. Now, let's just go copy this, because we've done this logic 8,000 times, right? Let's just copy this from an already existing day. So day 15, I think, also had the 2D maze logic. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we already had this. So let's go ahead and pull this from day 15. Let's go back. And now we will grab the print grid. There we go. Grab these. And we'll put it in. Okay, so a lot of stuff's happening here. But we have a print grid function. And then we read in our data. Let's see. Do you work with bash scripting at your job? Yes. I mean, not like exclusively. Mostly I'm writing Rust. But yeah, definitely touch bash. It's an important thing to do. Guys, Crazy Man, the music, it's amazing. Yo, appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, enjoy. I got a bunch of albums up there. Nightfall's definitely my favorite. Let's see. Your opinion on using bin bash on CI/CD pipelines? I see that a lot on scripts I run when using an Ubuntu runner VM. Do you just mean specifically the shebang, like this line at the top of the script where I have user bin env bash? I always prefer this line over, say, bin bash. The reason is this one I find to be more portable. Bash might not always live in /bin/bash, but env typically lives here. I find this one to be more portable. Also, it prefers what's in the user's path over hard coding the path. So like on my machine, for example, if I were to look at type-a bash, we could see I have 2 versions of bash installed. If you were to hard code bin bash, it would fire off a version 3 one that I didn't actually want. So that's why I prefer that shebang. But let's see. Okay, so we're going to read in the initial grid, and we have 2 points we need to care about. Start point and end point. These are the 2 things we care about. So we read it in, and then we check if the character is an S, then start point equals this, and C is a dot, because it's technically a free space. And then we'll do elif, it's a E, then end point equals this, and then we set it equal to a dot, and then we do that, and then we'll run print grid. And then print grid can go over here and just do this. If key equals start point, we'll do a lowercase s and a lowercase e, so we'll know that we've modified it slightly. So now if we run this, with the example 1, it'll look like that. Whereas here's what example 1 looks like normally. So as you can see, it looks identical, which is good. That's what we wanted. The only difference is lowercase e and lowercase s, meaning that we've actually processed this data. We're putting it into our own type, and then we're actually able to reconstruct it based on what we have. Let's see. The run was between a YAML thingy when you write multi-line script after run, but I see how you could see that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to see. Like every CI/CD pipeline is going to look a little bit different. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Okay, have a good night, dudes. The music thing of you, Dave. Yeah. Give me a kiss emoji and say no homo. Bro, come on. I wouldn't have interpreted it that way. And even if I did, who cares? Own it, man. You want to send a kissy face to your favorite content creator? Go for it. I love it. Where do I usually like to play it? All right, let's see. Are you still writing a lot of code since a lot of sysadmin shops are using infrastructure as code, Ansible, Terraform for their configurations and provisioning? Yeah. I mean, a lot of that stuff is happening, but before the systems are ready to be configured with company-specific stuff, we have to do really basic sysadmin work. I mean, like, you're going to need someone that... there's a lot of stuff that happens even before we're ready to run some of that software. So the landscape, of course, looks different than it did 10 to 15 years ago, but sysadmin work is still like very similar to sysadmin work. You're going to find it everywhere. And obviously different companies have different parts of the stack that are sometimes touched by different teams. So yeah, every company's going to look different, but yeah, I still end up writing a lot of code. All right, so what are we doing? We have a map, and we have to find the optimal path through this maze. We always start facing the right. So let's do start direction equals this. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do a character. Any recommendations for good bash resources before your course is released, of course? Yeah, I'll write it in the chat for you. Bash FAQ. Uledge wiki. Just search for those on Google and you'll find it. It's called the Bash Guide. Super useful. That's where I learned a lot of my stuff. All right. So what do we want to do here? We want to find the optimal way through this maze where turning is the last thing we want to do and moving forward is the first thing we want to do. So I think we're going to have to approach this similar to like Dijkstra's or something. We're going to have to do like a breadth first type of thing where we look at all possible ways we can go and then we weight them based on how hard it would be to actually move there. So like we're standing in this starting position. Our possible moves are go east, and that costs 1 point. Rotate 90 degrees this way and go nowhere. Rotate 90 degrees counterclockwise and go north, which would cost... Actually, just the rotation. Sorry. There's only 3 moves you can do. Move forward, rotate left, rotate right. Let me simplify this. There's 3 moves you can do. Both rotates are 100 points or 1,000 points, and going straight is 1 point. So I think what we need to do is we need to create like... I forget what this data structure is, but it's like a queue. There's a name for this type of thing. It's a tree structure underneath it. I can't think of what it is. I'm pulling CS logic from 15 years ago. But we need some sort of data structure where we can put all possible moves, but we need to prioritize the cheapest moves because those are the moves that we want to do. So for instance, from our starting position, we want to move to the right. We want to go here first because that's cheap. However, I can see that we're going to hit this wall soon, so we're not going to be able to do that. But we're going to need to unwind that. So we're going to end up with a tree structure of all possible moves, and every like leg of the tree, what's the word I'm looking for? It's going to break the moment we can't move anywhere, or we have to go back on ourselves and visit a node we've already visited with the same direction. That's how we'll know that we visited before. So we have to go this way until we eventually get to the end with the cheapest thing, and we keep prioritizing visiting the cheapest place. So once we get to the end, we should know it's the cheapest because all other possibilities haven't got there yet. Once we get to the end, we should be able to reverse through that tree, go backwards through the tree structure, and we should have our path. This is just, I mean, this is like a shortest path algorithm type of thing. I've at least encountered this before, so I'm somewhat decent at recognizing that this is the case. Let's see. Let's see, that's nice. I'm currently working on my RHCSA. Is that some sort of certificate or something? I have no idea what that is. Oh, is that Red Hat? The Red Hat Certified Systems Administration? I think that's what it is, right? I need it for a company I work so I can land a Linux job. I had jobs at help desk, sysadmin, applicable analyst stuff. Cool. Yeah, I don't have any certs or anything. I've never gone down that path. Luckily, I haven't needed them. So I have to say I kind of have the cheat code. If I go to apply somewhere in the future, I'll be like, oh, you want to see some references? Like, go to YouTube. Let's see what we got here. So I don't know exactly how we're going to store this yet, but let's try and think of this. So, so we can do 3 things from every position we're in. So we're going to do while true, done. The 3 things, actually, let's just step once. We'll worry about putting in a while loop later. So the 3 things we can try are, let's call it moves as an array. We can try going right. We need to come up with 3. We need an enum of 3 different things we can do. Let's just give them names. Forward, clockwise, counter, clockwise. These are the 3 moves that we can possibly do. We can move forward, we can move clockwise, or we can move counterclockwise. They each have their own weight to them. But we'll put forward at the beginning because I think that just prioritizes it. We're going to have to, we'll work through some of this logic. Yo, what's up, Scarlet Sentinel? How you doing? Welcome. We're trying to figure out day 16 of Advent of Code, part 1. Okay, so we know we can do 3 different moves. So now we have to try each of those moves. For move in moves. Do, done. In order to move forward, we need to know our current direction. Let me think about this. We're gonna have to embed a lot of information into this. So I'm gonna think about this. Give me a moment. I'm gonna lock in. Yeah, we're gonna have to embed some information into each one of these. Like, you could change your cursor character. Yeah, I totally could. When it comes time to print it, I will do that. How'd you choose your channel name? I said it once on a video 2 years ago, and then it stuck. So here I am. That's how people knew me. So I believe in organic branding. That's how people knew me, so that's how I'm going to brand myself. It worked. I'm not going to force a nickname. People liked it. So that's kind of how I did it. I'm just going to write some code and we're going to have to change this. Cur direction equals that. So if you want to move forward, try move forward. If we want to move forward, we need to take our cur location equals start direction start location. Okay, we have a cur location and we have a current direction. In order to try to move forward, we need to say we're going to break this because it's an x comma y value. We're going to break it on commas. We have the x and the y of the current location. In order to move forward, we need to know what our current direction is. So we'll do a case around our cur direction. And there's 4 possible directions, so we're either going, up. If we're going up, then we need to do y minus minus. If we're going down, then we have to do y plus plus. If we're going left, then we do x minus minus. If we're going right, then we do x plus plus. So what we have done here. Also, are all the maps guaranteed to be surrounded by... Oh yeah, all the maps are surrounded by hash marks, pound signs. So we don't have to worry about going out of bounds, which is super nice. Let's see. So what we have here is we got our current direction and we have our current location. And if we're moving, here's what the next thing to try is. So now we have our x and our y where we have to try what that would be. I'll just put a to do here. Then we will do, what should we do? Try, move clockwise. I'm going to overwrite some variables, but we're just getting the logic in there. Cur direction in. We'll grab these because we already have the current direction. And now we just have to set next direction equals, if we're facing up, then we want to face to the right. If we're facing down, then we want to face to the left. If we're facing left, we want to face up. And if we're facing right, then we want to face down. That is clockwise rotation. And then we have to do try, move, counterclockwise. So there's 3 things we have to try for each direction. Okay, this is fine. This is left, this is right, this is down, and this is up. Easy. Map might work here. I have no idea. I'm not sure what you mean. Cool. Put a nice little to-do here because we actually have to write some logic. And we'll put a nice little to-do down here because we have to write some logic. So here's the 3 possible things we can do in the order that we can do them in. Yeah, let's take a break. Do you think that OS, Linux, networking, and programming are the fundamental core domains? If any is missing, which? If you would grade yourself, which of these skills you are seeing people lacking? I don't know, man. I don't know how to answer that question. Do you think that OS, Linux, networking, and programming are the fundamental core domains? Fundamental for what? Like, for what purpose? If you're like a web developer, you're probably not going to have to worry too much about like the OS. Like you're really not. Like if you're in the world of front-end development, you're not having to worry about syscalls and things. So certain things like that for IT. I mean, IT is just a broad spectrum. You're always going to be working on different things. Like I work on freshly racked systems where we don't even have an operating system yet. So I need to know things about like networking and OS and Linux, and I could honestly get away with not having the best programming skills. It's totally true. But like IT, I don't know, IT is too general. If you would grade yourself, which of these skills are you seeing people lacking? People lack all different types of skills, but it's okay because their position doesn't really require them. Yeah, I can't really give you a general answer to that. I guess it's a whole lot of it depends. Okay, let's get back to this. So in order to try and progress, we have to do 3 possible steps based on where we currently are, and each one has a weight associated with them. So now that we know where we are and where we're going, we have to push this as an instruction onto a queue. Let's make a queue. Let's add this to the queue, plus equal x, comma, y, comma, cur direction. Then when we're down here, yeah, once we're down here, then we will queue up cur location next direction, and then we will queue up cur location next direction. So what we've done, let's just print this out now. I'm going to pull in code that I've written before, which is called vardump, and it is a bash library, basically a single function that just lets me dump a variable, similar to util inspect in Node, p in Ruby, I think, or pp. I think the functions might be called pp. I'm not laughing at that. I'm not juvenile, I swear. cp day 14 vardump into day 16, cd into day 16, vim part 1. Let's pull in vardump here. And then let's vardump the queue. So this will print out what we've put in the queue. So part 1, read in from example 1. Cool. So what we've put in the queue is, wow, we're missing some numbers and letters here. Cool. What did we do wrong? What's the first one missing? We have x, comma, y, comma, direction. We have the y is not set there. Cur location is start location. Start location is never set. That makes sense because we called it start point and end point. Yeah. Let's change start point to start location. And let's change end point to end location. And let's just try to be consistent. There we go. Okay. So from this starting point, there are 3 possible places we can go. We can move to x2, y13 with a direction of right. We can move to the exactly where we are with a direction of down. Or we can move exactly where we are with a direction of up. So we know that because this one's at the beginning, that's the one we're going to prioritize. We want to do this one. This is what we want to do first because it's the cheapest one. So if we do this one, we might need to embed the cost in there too. But let's worry about that later. So let's try and actually do this. So we've queued up all possible locations. So what we will do is we're going to loop all this later. So now we figured out where to go. Try moving to one of the places. So what we'll do is we'll pop off the queue. So we will grab the first item from the queue. So we will say move equals queue at spot 0. Let's make sure there's something in it. This is just a sanity check for our own sanity. There needs to be something in that. Cool. So now if we have a move to do, we will unset Q at 0. We'll basically get rid of it. I think that works. Ooh, this might create a... Does this create a sparse array? It might create a sparse array if we do that. You know what we have to do? I think we have to do this. I think we have to do this. I think we have to set Q equal to a new array. And inside that new array is whatever Q had. Starting at 1. I think we have to do that. So echo trying move var dump Q. So if we run this, okay, cool. So we're going to try this move. This was what was at spot 0 of the array. Now the array is shifted, and we're going to try this move, and that's what the new array looks like after it has shifted. Technically, our algorithm is biasing clockwise over counterclockwise. I don't think it matters because I don't think we don't have any sort of thing that tells us one is better than the other, so we just randomly decide which one to do. And by random, I mean we're always going to go left before we go right. Yeah. All right. What are we doing now? We're going to try this move. Okay, how do you try a move? We need to check. I guess we can do loop detection first. Right? We can totally do loop detection. Worry about that later. We'll have to keep track of what we visited in the same direction. But until then, let's actually try this move. What do we do? How do we try it? We have to see what's there. So the character at that spot. What is the move? X, Y, and direction from move. Key equals X comma Y. We're just rebuilding it. Grid at key. If it's... Oh, we can do some checks here, actually. If key is equal to end location, hey, then echo we won. Exit 5. Echo. Figure out the path now, dummy. LOL. Cool. So now we have a win condition programmed in. That's nice. If the key is the end location, then we know we won. Otherwise, we're going to check if C equal to a pound sign, then echo we hit a wall. Give up on this attempt. So now we'll have to repop the queue. So we should just like, you know, to do give up. This is going to be in a function, so we'll like break out of this, or there'll be some sort of loop or something. So now if we're down here, then we know for a fact we can actually just assert this, that C is a dot, because it can't be any other character. This is sort of like an assertion. So C is a dot. So we hit a free space. Let's try moving there. So now that we've hit this free space, we need to go back to the top of the loop. We need to construct all 3 moves we can make in this queue. And this queue needs to embed some information that we care about. Because yeah, there's no way of knowing. We're gonna have to keep track of. Oh, we're gonna have to keep track of so much. But this is okay. This is okay. Let's just do this. Trying move. Free space. Okay, cool. So it detected a free space. That's good. Now we're gonna have to put this in a loop, and we're gonna have to add some constraints to it. Are you going to try every possible move? I hope not. I'm going to try. I'm going to keep track of the prices, and I'm going to constantly put the lowest price at the highest priority of the queue. So we always, sorry, I don't remember how I said it. The lowest price thing, it's basically, we're going to do like a going down from a tree structure, we're going to always prioritize the lowest price move. And when that one hits, that might change what it is. We might, pop certain things off. When that one hits, then we know we've hit the lowest price. I hate this, but it is what it is. I meant Linux sysadmins. What are the core skills you see that people are missing nowadays, juniors, which would be beneficial for them in the future, which was different in the past? I don't know. I'm not the right person to ask. I don't typically work with too many junior engineers. Most people on my team are like senior or above, so I truly am not the right person to ask. I'm sorry. I could make up some answer, but like I'm just not gonna lie. Like I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that. Let's see. Let's just put this in a function called try move. So we pop off a move from the queue. Let's put better error handling here. Okay. I think we just need to do this, right? Yeah, we'll just break out of this. I can change this while loop to be something different, but for now we'll figure it out. While true, do this. Okay. So if we hit a free space, yeah, we're gonna have to abstract this logic too. Okay. Came in late. What's the objective for today? Go check out the Advent of Code page for 2016. I'll give you a quick synopsis. We have a maze. What is it? Example 1. We have this maze. There's an S and an E. So in this maze, we have to look for the starting position, the ending position, as you can see, and we have to traverse through the maze, and we have to get to the end with the minimum number of turns. So moving forward costs 1 point, turning costs 1,000 points. So we want to get with the lowest score possible, so minimum number of turns. That's our objective. What's your favorite shell? What's up, Orange Hue? Welcome to the Twitch chat. Bash. That's what I'm currently using to write this logic in. So yeah, I love me some Bash. Let's see. Local. Oh no, we'll make a function here. In queue moves. Cool. So we have a function called in queue moves. And this function will in queue moves based on the, what should we give it? The current direction and the current location. So this will in queue moves based on that. So once we yeah, let's do this. I don't love the mixture of functions all over the place. It's kind of annoying, but here we are. I'm going to put all this down here. Cool. Nice, so we just have functions. Good, good, good. Now we will read the grid, print the grid. Cool. Bash into submission. Yo, I'm trying, man. We have our cur direction, our cur location, and we will NQ. Is it spelled like this? Is that how you spell NQ? Yeah, it is. What other languages do you use primarily? Rust and C. So we enqueue moves, and then we call try moves. Okay. We try the move. If it's the end location, we won. If it's this, we hit a wall. And we just continue. And if it's a free space, then we will... Yeah, okay, we're getting here. NQ moves takes a cur direction and a cur location. So NQ moves... cur direction, cur location. Awesome. So then if we hit this free space, then we know that we can enqueue some moves at the dir and the x, comma y. I think this is an infinite loop. I don't think we have enough ways to break out of this. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is an infinite loop. That queue is growing real big. Yep. So we need to do a couple things. We need to keep track of what we visited so we don't overwrite it. But then, of course, every time, let's see, we pop a move off the queue. So we remove it from the queue. That makes sense. Then we try it. And the way we try is we check, is it the end location? We won. Is it a wall? We give up. And if it's a free space, then we do have to try moving there. Let me see. Okay. Yo, what's up, Kendrick? Thank you so much for the super chat. That's super nice. Thank you for the YouTube super chat. You passed the vibe check. Stay true to yourself. Yo, super nice. Appreciate it, man. That's awesome. Let's see. So the move that we're enqueuing could be the same location that we're already at. And if that's the case and we hit a free space, well, then we have to enqueue more moves at the different directions. Oh, okay, this is fine. Yeah, this will just spin us and do all that stuff. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's all good. That's all well and good. So what we need to do is we need to store more data than we actually have right here. Let me think about how we're going to do this. Because we've... Yeah, we don't want Q plus equal here. Yeah, we want this at the end of the queue. We want this at the beginning of the queue. Because this one's the cheapest one so far. And then we want these at the end of the queue. Because these are the most expensive ones. Cool. And then we need to keep track of the cost to get there. And the moves we've taken. Let me think about this. Yeah, I think what we need is a print grid. Should take some arguments, I think. There we go. So now with print grid, we can call it every time we try one. All right, so we can see the greater than signs when we're trying a certain direction. It is walking. It's walking. And then we can see when it gives up. Cool. So we can see that it's walking in a direction and it's prioritizing moving straight over turning. What we need to keep track of now is if I were to let that run, it would make it to the end. No, there might still be loops because what we have to do is we have to check which ones we visited as part of a leg. And then we have to determine when that leg has died. This is tougher than I'm realizing. Yeah, because we're not keeping track of the moves we've made. And we do need that because we're going to need the path at the end of this. I actually don't know how to do that. Let me think about this because I'm imagining a tree structure. I wonder how good LLMs are at Bash. What a fun question you would ask. Go to my YouTube channel, and I have a couple of videos where I review AI-generated Bash scripts. I also have a rant where I talk about my thoughts and feelings on AI and LLMs when it comes to Bash specifically. So yeah, I would say go check that content out. You might like it. Yeah, when you give up on the attempt, we have to fall back to a thing. This is tough. I wonder if we can just keep track of the moves. Because once we hit a wall, we have to back out every single move we've made up until that point. Let's do this. We're going to do my favorite thing. We're going to make a simple maze that we can practice with. Cool. Here's a pretty simple maze, right? Let's say we start here and we end here. We won. Cool. But we made it to the end using an algorithm, but what was the path we took? Because let me think. I'm losing it here. I might need to take a small little break. We'll see. When you hit a wall, you can't continue with that path. That path just didn't work. So we don't enqueue anything more. We just try again. But that may have been like... No. No, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Let's try this. I'm making something up here. Let's add this to moves. When we hit a wall, we will remove the last element of moves. Is there an easy way to unset the last element of an array? We're going to learn some bash. A equals foobar baz unset a at index -1. Yeah, okay, cool. That's super easy. So now we can just do unset moves at -1. Can't pop. I don't think there's a way in bash to pop from an array, not that I'm aware of. Are you writing a solver as well as a game? I'm not writing a game. I'm solving a puzzle, advent of code challenge. It's a programming puzzle, so I'm on this website looking at this puzzle and trying to solve the constraints. Let's see. Sorry for the new question. Why everyone write if then instead of breaking line and avoiding the semicolon? You can. It's just a style choice. I just like that style better. I like the curly braces on the same line as a function declaration too, so it's just style I prefer. I have no idea what's going to happen here. So this was able to solve. Where's the see? Okay, so, oh my god, this actually might be right. Starting at 2, 3, we move to the right. Then at 1, 3, 2, 3. No, we didn't move up 4 times. We moved up twice. Wait, you're using a queue? Are you sure it's the best structure for this? No, I'm not sure. Not at all. I am not sure in this decision at all. I mean, I can tell you my thought process. My thought process is, forget bash. I want a tree structure, which is what I want. I want a tree where every node that comes, so we have the first starting point, and then we branch down 3, which is all possible moves we can make. And I want to go down the legs of the tree until we get to a solution where I constantly prioritize moving straight as opposed to turning, because moving straight is cheaper. And once I get to the end the first time, as long as we keep prioritizing the cheapest path, I can just walk the tree up backwards, and that should be the path I took. That's what I want to do, but I don't really know how I'd implement something like that in Bash. So I'm doing a couple little test things here. So 2 is this direction. 1, 3. Yeah, none of this is right. I mean, it's right that I went right and then up. I had to go up 4 times. That's clearly incorrect. What just happened on Twitch? What is this? I don't know what this notification is. 3V Prime is raiding with a party of 6. Oh, Twitch raids. I've heard of these. I sound like such a boomer. I'm so sorry. This person stopped streaming and they sent their audience over to my my channel, right? Yo, what's up? Welcome. Thank you so much. 3V Prime. Oh my god, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. That's incredible. That's so nice. Oh my god, I appreciate it so much. If stream stats 3V equals offline, print line, rating a channel. I can respect that. Thank you so much for the raid. That's awesome. I can see that you went offline. Hopefully you had a good chat or a good stream. Hopefully it was fun. And thank you so much for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. Oh my god, I'm gonna check out your channel because that is a super nice thing to do. That is awesome. Oh my god, yes. What's up? Welcome, raiders. We're doing some rustling, and 3V was becoming incoherent because it's 2 a.m. Well, listen. Welcome to the land of 8 p.m. I haven't become incoherent yet. I'm doing it in Bash instead of Rust, so I might become incoherent. But if I can't solve this problem in Bash, I will reach for Rust next, because that is probably one of my favorite languages. I love Rust so much. So yeah, that's incredible. Heck yeah. I do appreciate the raid messages in Rust as well. I got the print line macro there. How fun. Man, Rust is awesome. I should just switch over to do this problem in Rust. Not Advent of Code Rust, just some random stuff. Near the end, I was trying to teach the basics of Bevy Engine. Okay. You use the word basics, and then you talk about Bevy Engine. Bevy Engine is, I mean, there's a lot that goes into Bevy. I tried to, learn it, and, dude, I didn't know ECS, Entity Component System, things like that. So that was, a whole learning curve in and of itself before I even got into Bevy specifics. So yeah, but Bevy seems incredibly powerful. Some of the games that people are able to make with it is these could be I don't want to say AAA titles, but some of these games look incredibly polished. I'm like, this is Rust with Bevy. That's incredible. This is wild stuff to see. It was an unplanned stream today, just because I missed doing it. Yo, I completely understand that. Oh man, that's awesome. Well, yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. That's so cool. It's my first ever Twitch raid, so I will take that. Oh, I shouldn't say that. This is an old channel. I may have been raided in the past, but if I was, it would have been years ago when I just did random video game content to one person. So as far as I'm concerned, this is my first raid as a programming content creator, so I will take it. That's awesome. My husband is making me watch football, but I will watch later. What's up, Robin? How you doing? What did you call yourself? Ancient? My ancient friend? That's wild. Oh man, enjoy some football though. That's good stuff. Wait, I think I've seen your AOC Bash stuff on YouTube before, possibly. Did you review someone else's Bash AOC day 1 or day 2? I don't think I've reviewed anyone else's Bash AOC day 1 or day 2. I've done, on my YouTube, I have a bunch of content on my YouTube. I'm primarily a YouTube guy, but I'm branching out into the Twitch world. I review people's AI-generated Bash scripts on YouTube, and I kind of dig into them hard. I give them a really rough critique. which is nice. I kind of like that I'm not critiquing somebody's code, I'm critiquing a computer's code, so I don't mind digging in with an actual like knife and being like, okay, this is garbage. But I've also done a bunch of streams, so yeah, it was you. That's awesome. Yeah, I've also done a bunch of AOC stuff. I mean, as you can see, around day 16. So a couple of the episodes, like day 12, day 11, day 10, I think I raced a different creator on here named Bad Cop, so she does a lot of bash stuff. So I haven't uploaded those episodes yet, but the VODs are available on YouTube, and we do a race. I think at the end of it, she ended up beating me. Yeah, I think she beat me 4 out of the 6. Yeah, she crossed me. She knows her stuff. The point around AI generates individual bash piping change a lot. Oh, it really does. And you start to notice it. Oh man, it's so funny because AI generated music is the same way. I get all these YouTube recommendations now where it's like, an hour long of medieval dungeon synth, and I'm like, hey, I love that. I love analog synths. And when I listen to it, I'm like, this is AI generated. First of all, it's exactly an hour long. But besides that, there's certain things, like I can start to recognize the instruments. Like I'm listening to it and I hear the way the pad turns into a pluck. I'm like, oh, that's Suno AI. That's what Suno AI loves to do. I don't know why it likes to do that, but it likes to create a pluck, and then it likes to create a white noise reverb wash underneath all of it, even though there's no instrument that would have caused that. You start to just notice these things the same way that when I look at an AI generated bash script, I can tell. I'm like, oh, this is asking for user confirmation. And when it gets data it doesn't expect, it recalls the same function to prompt for confirmation. The functions are always staying the same. It always recalls itself. It always has an extraneous white space at the end. Like these little things, I'm just like, I can spot this from a mile away. And everyone's like, yeah, AI is going to get better. It's going to get harder to spot. It's like, sure, yeah. Like, I agree. I 100% agree with that. But I'm still going to review the scripts. So yeah, if you see me on YouTube, that's probably why. But yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome Raiders. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate it so much. Let's see, completely handwritten, sometimes on a phone, bash, if you want to confirm whether I code AI generated. Oh man, that's really funny. I will add this to a list of things to check out. I'm not going to look at it now. I keep getting derailed on stream and I need to like actually focus on this. But yeah, I'd be down to like take a look at it. That's so funny. I mean, truthfully, literally, if you want me to review like a script that you've written, I'm also open to that. And I've said this to my audience on my YouTube before. I don't know if I've ever said it on Twitch. If you have a script that you wrote and you have permission to share it and you want me to review it, so I need consent across the board. But as long as all those, I's are dotted and T's are crossed, if you want that, email it to me. I think on my YouTube, I probably have an email address somewhere. I think it's just actually, I'll just putting in the Twitch chat. If you want to, feel free to email me bash script, and if I have your consent, I will go through, I will review it, and I will turn it into like a YouTube video or something. If you want that, and you've said you've already seen the other AI generated like review things, so you know how I do it. I'll be nice because I know there's a person on the other thing, but if you really want me to dig in, I will dig in. I love reviewing code. That's what we do here. Also, we play piano. That's another thing we do here. So. Wait, I created a scene for this. I'm sorry. A little bit boomer when it comes to OBS. Turn my camera back. Cool. Just click a button. It's super easy. That's beautiful playing. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, people like when the music comes out. Also, to my new audience that has just joined, just a reminder, a fun thing you can do in your terminal is you can access my website. ysap.sh. Of course, ysap is for you suck at programming.sh because I love shell scripting. And you can actually view my website. You can go in your browser, but you can also curl it. That looks terrible because my text is stretched out. I'm going to open up another prompt with a way smaller text size. This is what it looks like. I'm going to revamp it soon, but you can access my website, and here's all of these videos I've made, which there's a bunch of bash tricks and stuff in this series that I call You Suck at Programming. Here's links to the actual video, to link to the Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. So pretty neato. Dave, this is a really cool website. What else can you do in it? Hey, I'm glad you asked. curl/help. And there you go. There's your help message. /IP, you want your current IP address. I'm not going to dox myself on the internet, but you can curl/ping and get Pong back. You can get a list of all my episodes in JSON format if you wanted to for some reason. I don't know why, but there you go. Dave, I don't really like color. I'm kind of a boring person. Hey, that's awesome. /no color. And there you go. All the ANSI escape codes have already been stripped from there. The only control characters we have are new lines. So yeah, there you go. That's how you can access my website on your terminal. How's that for advertising? That's extremely cool. I really want to make something like that sometime. Well, hey, yeah, check it out. If you go to my YouTube channel, I forget the name of the actual video I made. Don't forget, you can also go to ysap.sh/YouTube, and it will just bring you to my YouTube channel. I keep things really simple. YouTube, Twitch will bring you there. Instagram will bring you to that one. On my YouTube channel, I forget the name of the video, but I do have a video on how I made that website. So I'll look it up real quick and see if I can just find it. Just so you can find the thumbnail. YSAP curl website. Yeah. Here we go. So if you go to YouTube and you just type in YSAP curl website, the first one, oh god, actually no, it's not the first one. This one's on how to make a web request in Bash without using curl. I forgot that video popped off. Here we go. Website rendered in terminal with curl. So if you do want to make something like that and you want to see how I did it just to get inspired, or if you want to see some of the behind the scenes, this is how I did it. Long story short, it's an Nginx server that hosts my website, and there's just two static files on there. One is a text file, one's an HTML file, and I look at the requester's user agent to say, oh, you're coming from curl? I'm giving you the text file. You're coming from a browser? I'm giving you the HTML file. That's how I pulled it off. In fact, you can even manually request the HTML file with this, or you can manually request the text file with that. So that's basically how I do it. I keep things incredibly simple. In fact, of course, the source code to my website is available online too. So you can also literally just go here and it will show exactly how to generate this website. It's all bash scripts. So yeah, that's extremely cool. Oh yeah, I just read your message. I'm dumb. Cool. I have way too many ideas. Also, yeah, for new users, curlxmas.ysap.sh. I built this live on stream and the video's up. Pipe it to bash, which is dangerous, so go ahead and check this out before you do it. You can look at the source code. But, yeah, nice little animation. How cute is that? We like to build stuff here. I also like to distract from the fact that I'm not really sure how I'm going to approach this problem. Let's see. So, every time we try a move, we put it onto this queue that has 3 different things. And every time we hit a wall, we have to pop off that move that we made. This seems wrong. So we pushed on the moves, then we tried to move again. We pushed on the moves. We hit a wall, and we only popped off one from moves. Yeah, see, that's wrong. I might be crazy, but I think it'll be good for the future if you nail down the maze solving algorithm. You think being able to solve the maze will help me? I think so too. I think it'll be really helpful if I can figure out how to solve a maze. Shouldn't you clear all of the moves, not only -1 when you hit a wall? Yeah, the problem is we're starting at a given number of moves. So, like, I'm a very brute force programmer, but here's how I'd approach this if I was in a different language. I would make like a struct thing, and in this struct, I would keep track of the X, the Y, the direction, the total cost, and the moves. This is extremely excessive, and I'm sure there are way more elegant solutions, but here's my brain, how I would solve this, which is when I enqueue a new thing, I'm enqueuing the X I'm at, the Y I'm at, the direction I'm facing, what it cost to get there, and all the moves it took to get there. That's how I think of this problem. That way, when we pop this off and we go to enqueue new things, we can add that total cost, we can add it to the list of moves that it took. Something like that is kind of how I'd approach this problem. How do I encode that in Bash? I can do it. I just don't know the cleanest way to do it, or if that actually gets me what I want here. Maybe I just do that. Maybe I just actually do that. Let me think about what that would look like. So we have the current direction, we have the current location, the current cost, and the cur moves. These are all the moves it took to get there. That's just shifting the 3 arguments and then taking all the ladder arguments. We're gonna brainstorm here. I sometimes brainstorm by writing code, so because none of this code really works in a way that I care about anyways. If I lose it all, yeah, it is what it is. I should probably declare these local, right? Probably should be good about things like that. Okay, now if we try to move forward, we extract our XY from the current thing. Now we need to push something to the queue. And what should we push to the queue? It should be our... Let's come up with a queue format. It would be X, comma, Y, pipe, direction, pipe, cost, pipe, moves. And the moves will be I think that's how we'll do it. And we can separate those by spaces. Might make sense to just do a comma here. XY direction. Nah, let's just keep it at pipes. So now we have to enqueue moves, and the way we do that is we give it the... Let's give it the location, the direction, the cost, These are our starting moves, so nothing cost anything yet. And we have nothing to pass as optional arguments. We're gonna clean this up as we go. Location and direction. And then when we're up here and we have to in-queue moves, we do the location, the direction. Okay. We have the queue. And the queue format is this. So we need to break the queue into that format. Okay. Yeah, let's just use location consistently. All right, so we have all this data encoded in our moves. Location, direction, cost moves. We print the grid, we sleep, and then we check if it's a wall. We don't need to do anything. If it's a free space, we need to enqueue new moves. All right, so this will be a string of all the moves, and then we're going to turn it into an array of all the moves. And the reason we're turning it into an array of all the moves is so we can pass it back here. This is all we care about. And then if we hit a wall, we give up. And then if we care about this, oh yeah, we've already dumped moves. This should have everything we need. Okay, okay. Now for our enqueue problem. What we need to do is we have this. So when we put it back into the queue, we need the queue format. The move here will be the X, comma, the Y, pipe, the cur, direction, pipe, the cur cost plus 1 because we moved forward, pipe all of the moves that we were given. So cur moves separated by spaces. It's a lot of data to embed, but I think we'll be okay. And then we put this at the beginning of our queue. So now we're down here. We have the X, Y. We have the current location, the next direction, the cur cost plus 1,000 and all the moves. And then we put it at the end of the queue. And then we do the exact same thing down here. And then we've enqueued the moves. We still don't have any logic to check if we visited a place. I don't know where that's going to fit in yet. All right, well, our unqueued moves are clearly wrong. Oh, yeah. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Let's take a small break. CS is dead. I disagree. Pretty cool. I'm a software engineer in Ruby on Rails, so don't do much script writing. Always fun to learn new stuff. Hey, welcome. Appreciate it. That's awesome. Would you consider doing an in-person meetup for the subscribers sometime in the future? I would definitely consider it. I don't know what that would look like or where it would be, or how many people would even want to attend. I have no idea. But yeah, I think it'd be fun to do something like that. I could see doing something like that. That'd be kind of chill. How likely are you going to go in circles if / when you need the change directions, you immediately go straight or back up? I don't know. I'm not even there yet. Hey man, how's it going? Yo, what's up, Frostbound? How you doing, man? We're chilling. We're chilling here. Cur direction, cur location. Oh, am I doing it backwards? Yeah, we passed the location, direction, location, direction, location, direction. As long as we're consistent, we should not run into these issues. Okay. 1, 3 with no direction. Yeah, that's not great. Okay. Well, it's counting up the cost. So that's something. And every time we enqueue something, we need to keep track of our current moves. That got pretty big pretty fast, huh? What was the total I needed, actually? Oh, the lowest score is all I actually needed. I didn't need to actually keep track of the moves I made. I might leave out the current move logic for now. Yeah, I might do that because I technically don't need to keep track of it. Yeah, the direction is doing something wrong. Yep, okay. Okay, cool. We won. Let me solve this by hand and then figure it out. So if we have here and we start going east, the cheapest path is to go east, turn counterclockwise once, go up, and then hit it. So 1,000, 2, 3. So 1,003 should be the answer, right? So when we win, when we are here, we have all the moves that it took to get there. We just have the cost, right? Do we just echo? Cost points? Is that it? Hundred 1,003 points. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. The first example, 7,036. Okay, so 7,036. This might take a long time to run. I might have to get rid of some prints and stuff, because I think it does like sleeps and stuff. Yeah. Let's go ahead and clean that up. Yeah, let's not var dump the moves. Okay. And if this works, the answer should be, what was it, 7036? 7036. So you can see the numbers kind of counting up. Oh, we don't have the visited the same thing logic, so I think we are going to get stuck in loops. Right? I think we are. Yeah. Maybe. Now we're at 6,000. Will this detect loops? I guess. I'm trying to think. I'd have to think about loops more, but like, the way it's prioritizing it, I feel like it shouldn't. I feel like it shouldn't. I don't know. I don't think it's ever getting to 7036, is it? I think we got ourselves into a little bit of a loop scenario. How would we detect loops? We have to check if we visited the same place at the same direction, but we have to check if it's as part of a thing. So maybe we do have to keep track of all the moves we've done as an x comma y dir thing, and then read them into a... I think we do. I think we have to keep track of the moves we've done, embed that information. This is going to get so big. And then we need to read it into an array. You know, we're being really good about passing variables. I don't think we should. I think we should use global variables. They'll be significantly faster. Yeah. Cur location, cur direction, cur cost, cur moves. Yeah. Yeah, and then we check. Check if we've been here before. The way we do that is we will read. Let me think. What I want to do is I want to take this array of moves I've made, put it into an associative array, and then check if the key exists, but that seems stupid because it's just O of n to load it in anyways. So I wonder if I could just loop over all the moves we've made. No need to keep all the moves. You only need to check if you visit it with the same price already. Hey, that's a good idea. I appreciate that. Also, I will say, please do not give me hints. I do want to figure it out on my own. If I ask for hints, I'll appreciate it, but please don't give them to me. I'm not mad or upset with you. Don't worry about that. I like to throw that out there periodically, and I realize I probably haven't said it this stream. So yeah, I appreciate that. And I'll probably end up doing something like that, but I think I'm going to try and do what I'm going to do, and then I might come back and revisit it as a solution. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out this without any hints. I'm going to take a break real quick. I'm going to step away for a couple minutes. I need to grab a new drink. I need to go to the bathroom, but I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Are you saving current location history? I don't think so. I kind of am. I'm kind of embedding it in the queue. Yo, first time in stream. Love your stuff on Instagram. Yo, appreciate it, man. Welcome. Yeah. It's fun. I've been doing more YouTube than I have Instagram. I got to get back into the Instagram way of doing things because it's fun. I like Instagram. Well, this is going to get unruly, isn't it? This doesn't look right. Oh, this, yeah, it's because this is too much. Syntax error. I think it's slowing down as I get moving more. Yeah, storing every move might be inefficient because we have to do an O of N scan every time. This might fall apart on the real input. Totally possible. I don't even know if this is going to work, so. We'll see. If this hits 70-36, it should win. Is it even making progress? Oh yeah, we're going up. I wonder what's even taken a long time. Say my name. That's the second time you've said CS is dead. You say that one more time, I'm kicking you out of this chat, alright? Unless you have something fun to say, don't just... Why? Well, something isn't happy with this. I mean, it's probably breaking it into an array and then searching through it is, like, gotta be the least efficient thing possible. Alright, well, that's going to take too long. Yeah, I think embedding every move is not ideal, but it shouldn't be that much. It really shouldn't. I'm trying to think if we can come up with a format for the moves that's a little bit cleaner. Let me think about this. Well, yeah. This is too much. This is absolutely too much. What am I doing here? Yeah, wait, what am I doing? I was doing two things. I was doing like... Yeah, that was growing exponentially there. I'll say it. I imagine it will slow down as it gets bigger, but it should not have been going that slow at that juncture. I do wonder if the prints are slowing it down too. Is it even making forward progress? Can't even tell if it's making progress, to be honest. Oh, we got to 6,000, so I mean, it is making progress. Like, definitely making progress. Yeah, the prints slow it down, especially having to format the string, but like, I'm not blasting the terminal with output, so I can't imagine it slowing it down that much. I don't feel like stopping it. I kind of want to let it run. Treating it like an array might not be the best thing. It may make sense to just treat it, to just put spaces between it and treat it as a big string and search within a string. That might actually end up being faster than doing this array manipulation. So this is a maze solver? It will be. Yep. Printing to a file would make it faster? Maybe. I don't know if this is actually slowing it down. Because it's printing fast, but this is not as fast as a terminal can print. Like, it's fast to me, but it's not. Like, I think the computer's going to handle it just fine. There can't be this many moves. There can be this many moves. I don't know why I said that. It's doing everything it possibly can to avoid turning, basically. Oh, I'll let it run for a bit, and we'll see. I feel like it's going in circles. I thought that way too, but it got stuck in the 4,000s for a bit. It got stuck in the 5,000s for a bit. Now it's in the 6,000s. I think I'll give it some time. It might go to the 7,000s. Yeah, exactly. It is a tree. It's a tree, and it's going to get bigger with every move. So I can think of ways to make it faster in Bash by just abusing string manipulation as opposed to array notation. And if we have to get there, we have to get there. But, oh yeah, it's definitely making progress. It got up in the high, like 19, 18. Yeah. I can get rid of the trying to hit a wall this attempt log line, and we can at least just see the numbers. Yeah, look at that cost. The cost just hit 20, 6,020. So it's getting up there. I was distracted for a bit, but string manipulation in Bash is faster than arrays. Depends on what you're doing with them. I'm searching over an array piece by piece to see if an array contains something. I have a haystack array and I'm looking for a needle. It might be faster to just have strings separated by spaces and check if the string equals it. Because the way Bash will handle that comparison will be faster than having to loop every element. Because even if I'm looping every element, it's calling Bash code for every element. Whereas if I'm just doing string manipulation, it's going to be like one single Bash thing that's being called. So the underlying C function will handle the stir comp and it should be relatively fast. That's a bit mad. Yeah, it's like if you're in Python or something, sometimes it's faster to give an entire array to a function if the function's implemented in C, as opposed to looping over it yourself in Python code. It's a similar concept. Even if this works, it's so slow. Like, this is so incredibly slow. Yeah, looping is usually slow in scripting. Yeah, exactly. It is. We're done. Okay. Let's get rid of that array. Space, location, comma, direction, space. How do you check if a string's in a string in Bash? If I have like haystack equals hello world, hi there. Can I just say like haystack equals star space hello space star? Yeah, as a YouTube chat. Yep, I'm dual streaming on YouTube and Twitch. So it doesn't match. There's a way to do what I'm trying to do. Does not equal that. Variable name is wrong. Thank you. You don't like Hackstay? Would be nice to get a merge chat and that nice blank space above your head. I agree. I 100% agree. I 1000% agree with you. This stream is a little bit scuffed and it's slowly coming together. I'm relatively new to live streaming, so. Variable name is still wrong. No way. Hackstack. Dude, I'm just making things up. Thank you. Yeah, I might have to do a regex. That notation is for regex specifically. It's this. This is the correct notation. Now I just have to remember things like, I don't think the space is valid. I think if you put it in quotes, it doesn't work. Yeah, so what I have to do is I'll have to do this. So I'll do like A equals hello. And then I can do star space $A in quotes space that. There we go. Good. That's correct. This is the notation I was trying to invent. Cool. Cool. Star, space, star. If moves equal that, then we've been here before, don't try it. Now we have to go to the part where we enqueue them. We'll start it with a space, and then plus equal that with a space. No, a space at the end because we already started with a space. Okay, we should be good. Now, what's this going to look like when I run it? Seems a lot faster. We're already at the 5,000s. Seems crazy slow. Am I wrong? Like, this seems crazy slow. This is part 1. Like, way faster than before, but it still seems like wildly slow. Say my name. Say goodbye. You're getting in timeout for 24 hours. I could try without echo. Or I could echo like every X1. Oh, your CS is dead, sorry. Please tell me you're just the same person on an alt account. Definitely making progress. See, it's like stuck in the teens, then it backed out. Okay. So once we start backing out, we should get to the 7,000s, right? Can't even do the example input. This is crazy. Your Vim cursor moves so fast, are you just holding HJKL? Yeah, pretty much. Most of the time, yeah. I just have a really low keyboard delay rate. 3 a.m. in Spain, I'm watching a bash script going crazy to find the right path. This is so fun. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is crazy. This seems crazy. This seems actually crazy. Nice thing is every time we get back to 6,000, you know, it's like starting a fresh path, so... Did you see AOC in sequel? No, I have not. That seems wild. That actually would be the case. Yes, Dave, we were really drunk watching his watch party. Yo, welcome. I'm glad. 4 a.m. in Finland? Yo, what's up? What's up? 4 a.m. in Egypt? Dude, I got viewers all over the place. That's sick. I love it. Welcome, welcome. Oh, man, there's a watch party watching me watch Bash. What a wild concept for a party. What's up, watch party? Dude, this sucks. It's going to take 8 years to run. 9 p.m. in Canada. That's awesome. Global Bash. Love it. I'm sorry to say, but CS is dead. The good languages like brain frick aren't being used. It took a lot of mental energy to do that censoring because I thought it'd be a funny joke, and it wasn't even that funny when I said it. But no, you're right. You're right. Bash comes close though. I did 1 through 5 of AOC and Excel formula. Yo, why? That's awesome, man. Where's that piano coming from? Oh, it's such a real question. I have no idea when this could even possibly finish. Is it even coming close? This is example input. This is the first example input. So like this is this is not boding well. Yeah, if I had to guess, I think that logic to determine if we've been to a place before is problematic because every time we go to a place we keep track of it, and I think we need a better heuristic for that. Oh, we're in the 7,000s now, so 7036 is what the answer is. So if we get to 7036, it should just be it. I mean, we already know what's the answer. Hint time, it might be. Not yet. I have a couple tricks up my sleeve, but it might be. If my wife wakes up now and sees a terminal on loop and a piano playing, it's going to be so confused. Yeah. every time we go up a level in a turn, it's just going to be so many more possibilities. Which is crazy that it's so many, isn't it? Seems crazy. Ah, nice. I'm on day 6. Yo, that's awesome. Heck yeah. Happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, day 6 was fun. I remember day 6. That was a cool one. I think that's the guard that walks in the set path. That was a fun one. It's exponential time. Yep, it definitely is. An electron? What is electron? Isn't that a like JavaScript desktop or something? Song's new name. Makes it a desktop ASAP. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. Heck yeah. Well, good luck. I ran day16.sql and it takes 86 milliseconds on my machine. Yeah, cool. That tells me that there's some math way to do this that I'm just not thinking of. But to be fair, I haven't actually put any effort into thinking about it. I just kind of immediately went and started trying to solve the puzzle. I have to go back and think about my implementation here. Isn't this going to be crazy long once you pass the real input? Absolutely it is. I think it's going to be borderline unsolvable once I pass in the real input. Absolutely. Just want to make sure my logic was, sound. Just go and try and solve the puzzle, and then you can optimize. Yeah, exactly. That's the mentality I actually just kind of take with this. All right, so while this is running, I'm going to think about this puzzle. We have a maze, we have a starting condition, we have a starting position, an end position, and we know that turning costs money, and moving costs, each costs points. To move forward costs 1 point, to turn costs 1,000 points. So you want to minimize the amount of times you have to turn. So you want to get from the start to the end in the minimal amount of turns. So you have to solve the maze. And then you have to figure out which... I'm trying to think of how many ways you could solve a maze. Because, okay, if I went through and solved the maze in every possible way without revisiting a step... Yo, what's up, Travis? Your autocomplete hates you, man. Let's think about it. If we can just go through and solve the maze and get a bunch of solutions, we can just calculate the cost of those solutions. Get it working without worrying about turns for straight. Yeah, I'm wondering about that. Graph and A, just like seeing as it's a maze. I don't know what that means. Yeah, because it's tough. My brain gives me a bunch of things. My brain first sees it like a tree structure, starting from the beginning, going to the end, and try to come up with the best path based on priority. And the priority would be like, I've done problems like this. Dijkstra's algorithm, certain roads cost less to run on than other roads, things like that. The other solution is just solve the maze, find every possible solution to a maze. I don't know how many there are. I don't actually know. A star, algo, and graph tree. I don't know what that is. That might be the answer. If it's the answer, don't give it to me. Like I don't want hints. If I want a hint, I'll ask for it. I don't want people backseat driving, but I don't mind like throwing out like possible solutions. But if you're giving me the answer, I don't want that. Are you streaming on YouTube in addition? Yes, I am. I'm on both YouTube and Twitch. Yep. So I was just responding to a YouTube chatter. I do want to get like a unified chat up here on my stream, but as of right now, I don't have anything like that. But I would like that. Nah, I'm just guessing. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, because I don't even know what that algorithm is. I do think of a tree structure though, but I have to think of better ways to do this. Because I'm just wondering, like, I really wonder if it just makes sense to, like, I'm just thinking out loud, solve it in every possible way. Because there's only going to be so many solutions if I don't backtrack. And, although could backtracking be the answer? No, why would backtracking ever be the answer? Is this in a loop? Might be. I don't think it is, though. I think it's just exponential in the timing it'll take. And we're in the 7,000s now, so we should approach the answer. I'm just letting it run while I think. The other thing... Okay. We're done with the solution that I came up with. I'm not going to pursue this any longer because I can see how every time, like, it just keeps getting worse and worse. We could parallelize this solution. That is a possible thing that can happen. The solution can be parallelized. Just an FYI, totally a thing that can be done. But I'm trying to think. Because we can go through and solve the maze every possible way. And then just calculate what every solution cost. I just don't know if that's viable. I'm garbage and bash, so yeah, not a Unix person. Once had an Ubuntu server for some upgrade, went to play around with grub and killed that installation completely. Yeah, upgrade, yeah. Yeah, that'll happen. That's totally normal. Rust did. I could. Rust might be able to do it because Rust feels like cheating sometimes just because of how fast it is. And it definitely could be parallelized. Yeah, dark space in the Twitch chat. O of n to the 2 divided by 16 power equals O of n squared. Yeah. O of n squared for this. So I don't love that. It seems like there's got to be a better way to approach this. I'm not going to do it, but if I rewrote this in Rust and put some parallelization, I could probably come up with an answer. Because I think the bash solution's pretty close to an answer. An answer on the first example, which was like super simple. So I should probably think of a different way of approaching this. It's not above my ability. Like there have been times where I've stumbled into the math solution, which seems crazy, but I've just invented patterns and they sometimes work. So I won't rule that out as a possibility. I do want to see this solution finished though. Let's see. In my other window right now, I'm just staring at the maze, hoping for divine intervention. This is part 1, which doesn't bode well for part 2. Oh, man. I know part of me wants to just like part of me wants to just do this in Rust. Is it walking all the way back and trying everything? Is there a way to store the junctions and jump back if you hit a wall? No, it's not doing that. Sorry, I can't explain what it's doing right now. I'm too in problem solving mode, so I can't go over my own code right now. I may in a second. My brain's not in a place where I can think about that right now. I'm stuck staring at the maze waiting for divine intervention. So my brain task is busy right now. If you animate the grid, maybe you'll see something weird happening and can still use the solution. It's true. Yeah, sometimes visually that has helped a lot. You definitely don't need to do it in Rust. Yep. Yeah, you know, between that message dark space and the other person who said the SQL solution ran in milliseconds, I know there's some logic, some rule to it, which is pretty fun when I figure out what it is. Animating the maze is a problem in and of itself. It's true. It's true. So I'll talk out loud. I'm looking at the maze here, and I'm just like thinking of things like, because in this maze, the first thing you have to do is you turn, and you have to go up here. I'm trying to think of ways that we can describe this problem. Like, I know what the inside of the maze is. I can count how many free spaces there are and how many walls there are. I don't know if that helps me, but these are numbers. I'm basically making a list of variables I have, so I know how many walls there are. I know how many free spaces they are. I know my distance from the start to the end. I could calculate that. So I could calculate an X to the start, an X to the, like an X from start to end, a Y from start to end. I don't know if those help me at all. So I could figure out like what the actual price is. I could also do a very simple algorithm of like try to take the ultimate path and then work my way backwards. So for instance, if I'm here, the ultimate path would be to go up and then to the right. Also, the ultimate path would be go all the way to the right and go all the way to the end. Like the claw machine, very similar. So basically, the ultimate path would be this, and then what I could do is I could start straying away from it. Like, oh, this path failed me because there's a wall. But I'm just describing the pathfinding algorithm I already wrote. Like, I'm just going to end up in that same scenario again. Yeah. Let's see. Have you marked the visited nodes where you have gone through all 4 directions? Kind of, yeah. Each direction I look at keeps track of all the moves that it took to get there, so I at least know if I'm backtracking. Couldn't you get the wall coordinates and pre-mark them as no-goes? I have all the coordinates, yeah. I loved at uni using the dead-end algorithm for maze solving, but if there are multiple ways that, yeah. I know, I'm trying to think of... What I'm doing now is I'm just trying to imagine different ways. By the way, the terminal's still doing its thing. As you can see, it's definitely slowed down. Because this is just, what is this? There's a name. Is this recursive backtracking? Is that what I'm doing? I think that's the name of this algorithm. But don't quote me. I'm a sysadmin. Let's see. Oh. Okay, cool. My CPU temperature is going to be fine. This thing is going to be maxing 1 core. Yeah, it's just maxing 1 core. My computer has enough cores, and this is a Mac Studio, like M1 Ultra or whatever. It's like the top of the line Mac Studio from 2 years ago. This is going to be so overpowered for what it is. I'm not distributing this workload across the cores. Yeah, so I'm not going to have to worry about that. Let me think about how I would solve this. Because we don't need to keep track of the path. I'm only thinking about part 1. I'm not even going to think ahead. We don't need to know the path. We need to know the lowest score. That's it. That's all we need to know. It's the lowest score. So I'm trying to visualize this problem differently. Like, because I'm thinking of X and I'm thinking of Y. What it takes to get there in the X and what it takes to get there in the Y. And I'm wondering if that can help me at all. or if it makes sense to not do that and just draw a ray directly from the start to the end, and then I don't know. I really don't know what I'm doing here. Let me think. Because I've successfully written the algorithm I wanted to write. I think I can improve it by keeping track of the moves that we've made. Instead of doing that, we could just keep track of the places we've seen and the cost it took to get there globally, and it would probably be significantly faster. Let's try that. You know what? We're going to do that thing that I always said I was going to do, but I've never actually done. We're going to open up a new terminal, and we're going to try this while the other one still runs. CP part 1 to part 1 new. So who is this? Are you using Ghost TTY? What about Fish Shell NeoVim? What a noob. How did you just speed run all of the questions that new viewers ask me? You like, how did you just do that? Like, I have gotten those questions non-stop. I hate you. I hate you, Warforged. I give you a pass because I know you're a good guy. I know that. But get the hell out of here with that. This is iTerm 2. I'm using Bash. It's not NeoVim. And yes, I am a noob. He hasn't asked why Bash. That's true. You haven't asked why Bash yet. But asking why not Fish, or what about the Fish, I don't even know. I don't know. That's its own thing. Hey, all joining late. Yo, welcome. Appreciate you joining it all. Also, real quick, we are 3 hours into the stream. If you're watching on Twitch and you're new here, go ahead and hit that follow button. It's awesome. One more stream and I should hit affiliate status. So I don't even know what that gets me, but yeah, welcome. Also, if you are watching on YouTube, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. When that number goes higher, it makes me feel good. So go ahead and do that. Oh my God, Warforged, you are just speed running every commenter that I just dislike. It's incredible. You're too good at it, so I actually have to respect you. I have to think that comes from a place of love. Ugh, love it. Oh, man. No, Warforged is good. He's a good guy. He gets a pass. I know him, so. It's like all the nerds on Twitch who watch the same people or something. Yeah, I don't know. I'm new to this Twitch world of tech stuff, so this is a new world for me. Legit question. ZSH bundled on Mac versus Bash. Should I switch to Bash for my daily needs? Use whatever you're comfortable with. I like Bash, but I do not use the one that comes bundled on Mac. It's version 3. I install it through Homebrew, and I set my shell manually to that. So that's what I use. Opt, Homebrew, bin, Bash. Use whatever you're comfortable with, though. The first time it was funny. I would have banned after the second block of messages. Yeah, well, you and I have different thresholds for it. I'm fine with it. I think it's funny. I don't mind it at all. You have to respect good trolling. I do. I don't have to respect whatever it is you did in the chat, but I'll respect good trolling when I see it. Let me know when that happens. What was I going to do? Everything is keeping track of its own set of moves, but I don't think we need to do this. I think we need to keep track of the cheapest moves. So, declare globally. Declare -A cheapest. And then when we enqueue moves, we will do... Scrolling FAQ in the free space above your head. Hey, that free space will become a unified chat, hopefully. What was my plan here? When do we know if we have a good move that we're going to move on from? The cheapest move is the first move. I have to think about when to store into this. think it's wild. Bash allows for functions with hyphen in their name. Yeah, bash functions are pretty much just like commands on your system. You can pretty much just put hyphens there. I like it that way. When do we record it? If we enqueue it, if it's a free space, then we will make the assertion that it was the cheapest place for us to go. Cheapest, loc, comma, dir equals 1. If cheapest, loc, comma, dir, if dash n, that, if it's set, then we've been there before. We don't need to try again. No, we need... We might need to do some store the cost as well, but let me just think about this. Yeah, there's no reason to do this. Part one, new. Command not found. Command not found, but I got the right answer really fast. I got the right answer very fast. That is the right answer. Where did it try to run that? Oh, pfft. There's an example where Vim thought it was right, but it wasn't. 7036 is the correct answer. Oh my god. Okay, so for example 2, if we run it, it should be 11048. You did it. I did it. I may have done it. We're going to see. 11048. That's so much faster. What was I doing? I just need to make the assertion that when we got there, it's the cheapest, and then we store it. So we never want to revisit that space. Yeah, that's so much simpler. Oh my god. Well, we did it. Hey, we raced the thing in the first terminal and we won, right? I know you say it's probably looping. I don't think it was looping because it starts in the 4000s, works its way up to the 5000s. So I think it's just taking exponentially longer each time. Warforged, you just stream your consciousness in the chat. You realize you do that, right? Is this memoization? This reminds me of leak code questions. I suck at too bad at those. Like, I've never done a leak code question in my life. It's not memoization. This is more or less just like caching places I've been, not like inputs and outputs. So I don't think they're technically the same thing, but I mean, maybe we're just splitting hairs. Who cares? I'm not doing them right now. I'm doing an advent of code puzzle. It's different because I think leak code is a thing. You might say it's a leak code-esque puzzle. I have no idea if it is or not. Yeah, part 1, new, read in from example 2, 11048. Hey, I'm just popping here to see if anyone has seen my wallet. What a wild thing to say in the chat. If you follow up with any sort of cryptocurrency scam, you're getting kicked. We're going to run on the real input. Okay. This doesn't seem painfully slow. Maybe it is. I don't know. Okay, good. Thank you. It wasn't a cryptocurrency scam. I get comments like that on my YouTube sometime where it's like, hey, you know, I have a wallet on this website and here's my seed phrase, and just dumps an entire seed phrase. I'm like, I don't want this. Like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what kind of scam this is. Get out of here. Now without echo. Yeah. We might have to remove the echo. It's true. Yo, what's up, YouTube chat? How you doing? Cool. It finished. It actually finished. Oh my god. How big is the real maze? Great question. The real maze is 141 tall and 141 wide. 142 because it counts the trailing new line. But yeah, 141 by 141 it looks like. And if you run it without standard out, that's what people are saying, without the echo. Yeah. We can try it. I don't mind just letting it run, so. So if we do that, what we can do now is we can call time on it, and we can get an idea. I mean, it prints the initial maze, but like, who cares? So I'll just let that run in another window, or I'll leave it open because I'm not really doing anything here. Oh, did I just get rid of, I think I just got rid of the score, didn't I? No, I didn't. And besides, it's going to generate it again, so it's not the end of the world. $105,508. Cool. Nice code. How can I get some extra skill in shell like yours? Any books or something like that? Any advice? TY, thank you for your content. Come back to me sometime in this year, and I will have a bash course available for free on YouTube. Until then, I guide people over to the bash guide on the bash wiki. That's what it's called. You just Google bash guide, you'll find it. Any good modern terminals? I don't respect your trolling anymore. I'm not reading out that message. Let's go ahead. While that's running, I'm going to put that number in here. You guys ready? Let's see if this works. Oh! What is this? I've never seen this. That's not the right answer. Your answer is too high. Curiously, it's the right answer for someone else. You might be logged into the wrong account or just unlucky. Okay. It's too high, though. That's interesting. Very interesting. Wow. Okay. Okay, check this out. That's cool. So this took... oh, you can't see it. To run without the echo, it took 1 minute and 44 seconds, and most of that was in user time, so that's just crunching away at code. Was this the one I put in before? I'm gonna input it again just to make sure. You gave an answer too recently. You have to wait after submitting an answer before trying again. You have 2 seconds left to wait. Oh, so you can't like brute force it? Okay, cool. I wasn't even trying to. I just never came across that. 105,508. Just want to make sure. Okay. That's what it's giving me. It only takes about 2 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and recopy over the input just to make sure that it's not an input problem. You know what I mean? So let's echo into real input, vim, real input. Paste that in there. Okay. Okay. So we're running it again just to make sure that I didn't get my input wrong or whatever. So. Listen, man, I can't promise that a Rust course will ever come out of me. Let me get the Bash course under my belt. But it's good to know that there is a desire, there is a demand for it. So I think that's pretty cool. Interesting. I wonder what's wrong with my algorithm. I would also hate to find out it's too high by like 1. You know what I mean? I hope it's not like some sort of off by 1 thing. I don't think it would be. I'm gonna look at my real puzzle real quick. Oh, this is terrible to look at. What I wanted to do is look at my real puzzle input and see what the end of it looked like and then recreate that in a simple example to see if maybe my final step logic is like off by 1. I don't know if answers would be that close to each other It's weird that I got someone else's answer. Are you stopping at the first solution? Yeah, I should. There's just a call to exit in there the moment I have one that works. Yeah. I always find bash courses useful because there are some things I forget over the years. There's so much to learn. Yo, it's true. There's so much there. Yeah. 105,508. There may be a shorter path. Well, the shorter path doesn't matter. It's just the cost of it that matters. We've been here before. Don't try it. If the location is the end location. I think. Then we won. Yeah, there's nothing to process anymore. We know the cost. We know what it took to get there. Let me look. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up a smaller terminal. I'm going to try and open up the input on the terminal. Okay, cool. So mine's here. I don't know if you can see this, but like this is where the end is. So it does have to go up into the end. Oh, but it had to do that in the other example too. The final example did that. Yo, what a crazy puzzle. Dave, is your code working on the sample input? Do you get the provided answer? Yeah, I do. It is working on the sample input. That's why it's confusing. There were two examples given in the advent of code. This example, which yields 7036, and this example, which yields 11048. So when we run part one new on example one, we get, it should be 7036 when it's done. It needs to read in from that file. 7036, and then this one should be, what, 11048? Yep, they both work just fine. So it's just the real input that does it. So that's what stinks. Ditto admiration for your code explaining talents. Will be anxiously awaiting the bash course and hope a Rust course follows. All right, all right. Noted about the Rust course. Noted. But thank you, I appreciate it. It's very kind words. And I'm excited about the bash course. I'm definitely excited to finally just get that done. Because, yeah, people really, really want it. So this works. This works. If you visit a coordinate and mark it as visited, what if you could get to that coordinate via a cheaper path with less turns? Try running it starting with a different direction and see if it changes the output. That's a good idea about biasing a different direction, but the cost... I'd have to think about that. The cost... Yeah, let me think about this. I think you're onto something. Because I think the cost, I think I'm just getting there. Yeah, I think this is, yeah. Yeah, Ivan was saying this in the chat as well. I think there's something. Yeah. Let me think about this. I feel like it does require solutions, yeah. If you throw a wall directly west of example 2 input end, then it'll match the ending of your real input a little better. Take example 2, you can go straight to the top or make the first right, the two paths with different costs. Yeah, so I'm going to try and come up with an example where we exit early because we got an answer, but it wasn't the answer. So in this example, how can we let me think of how to contrive an example. Yeah, let me try and think of how to contrive an example that gives us that kind of thing. Because what do we bias in the code? We bias clockwise. We check clockwise first. And we always start going east. So if we do this, can you change the endpoint of the real input? Yes, you can. I can, and we'll get different answers. But yeah, I can just move it wherever I wanted to, if that's what you're asking. What do we check? We check clockwise first. Did I see if you're working in Vim, but I already saw my answer. Yep, I'm in Vim. Yeah, I'm going to require solutions. Put a wall on your current spot. You mean this spot right here? If I do that, I should have 1, 2, 3, 1003, 4, 1004, 5. It should take 1005 to get there. 2005. Sorry, I said 1005. I meant 2005 because it takes 2 turns to get there. That's right. Same as down here. Yeah, that works. Yeah. All right, let me look through. Ivan said something. Take example 2. Take example 2. You can go straight to the top or make the first right. Two paths with different costs. Optimal only takes 1005 an extra wall case upright. I don't know what you're saying. In the Twitch chat, in simple, that tax wasn't the cheapest. You have to turn first. Your character always is moving east, no matter what. You start off moving east, and so if you want to turn at the beginning, that costs you 1,000 points. So yeah, so like I'm gonna start moving east here. If I have to turn up and then turn right, that's 2 turns, so we're at 2,000. If I move up and then right, it's still 2 turns. Optimal only takes 1005 in the extra wall case. No, it shouldn't. Like, yeah, sorry. Actually, okay. Both of you are saying this and you're in different chats. I really need to get a unified chat right here on my stream. But yeah, you're both, you both nailed the same thing. Yes, your character is always moving east. That's the downside of this. I don't know if Ivan, what was Ivan saying? 2 paths with different costs. I don't understand exactly what you mean by example 2. Okay. Okay, I think I have an idea. Because of the way I coded it and the way I've coded priorities, when we jump up 1,000, our code jumps to different levels. So I think once we find the solution, we need to keep finding the solutions until we jump to the next level. So like if we're in the, I mean, okay, this sucks because it breaks. I wish you all the best in solving this, but I'm off to bed. Have a great stream. Yo, appreciate it. Thank you. Here's what we're going to do, and we're going to get a little gross. I'm going to start doing things in global variables, but I have an idea. We're going to keep track of how many turns. How many turns have been made. Hear me out. I don't know if this makes sense. No. They just happen to be 1,000 apart. Doesn't really matter. I don't know if this is a good solution, but let me think about this. Yeah, we keep track of cur moves. I think we're going to overwrite cur moves to be num turns. This is ridiculous, but just trust, okay? This doesn't really work because technically I could just move 1,000 spaces and it's the same cost as a turn, but because the way I'm currently doing priority, I think it's okay. This sucks, guys, but just bear with me. Okay. Okay. Something. I'll look at your solution in a second in Twitch. Not your solution, your puzzle in a second. I'm gonna look at this because what am I doing here? Yeah, wait, this solution right here. Look at this. Go all the way this way, turn, go up, and that's 1,005. But you could also win by going up, turning, and going back down. Yeah, okay. So once we have a winner, we push them into here. If turn's greater than last turn. Yeah. Okay. 7036. Okay, there was one solution. There was one solution. Okay. You should associate the winner printout with the starting position so you know which one you're getting. Well, they're all going to start in the same... They all start at the same exact spot. They just take different paths to get there. Oh, the initial turn, yeah. I could keep track of their turns or something. What's the email again to send my horrible bash script to? Yeah, just tell me, just give me some details about it. Like say, you know, who you are, what the script's for, license of the script. Let me know that you're okay with me reviewing it. Let me know if you're cool with me like making a video about it. I'll show the GitHub if you have it on GitHub or whatever. Oh, you got a zip file. Okay, yeah. Yeah, just let me know whether you're cool with me sharing. So like if you have info on it or you want me to like, you know, shout you out and say who you are and link to, you know, socials or whatever, let me know. Just throw all that in the whatever. Not position directions. Yeah, that's a good idea. A list of directions. Not going to put your name GitHub. All right, fair, man. I didn't do any checking to see, you know, which score was lowest. But yeah. I think this takes about 2 minutes to run, doesn't it? It's the same answer, isn't it? No, I'm not brute forcing all possible solutions. I'm not doing that. Yeah, 105508 is the same answer. I don't understand. And that's the only one I could find at that level of turns. Like, I realize I probably have the right puzzle and I probably have a bug. I know it's got to be on me, but like, that's crazy. My answer is too high and it does match someone else's. Like, something's really interesting about that. Are you prematurely quitting before you tried all directions? I might be. I have no idea. I don't think I am. I shouldn't be. All I do now instead of quitting is I just append them to a winner's and then I try again. So I pop off the new one, then I check if the number of turns in that solution is greater than the last number of turn we've looked at, then we know we're on the next level of the tree effectively. Which of course something. Curtains. Yeah, this should be fine. I feel like saving the directions in a string NSEW or something to avoid replicating it when doing multiple solutions. I don't know what that means. me think. Let me think. Yeah, it seems bad. It seems bad because I'm always biasing clockwise. So the first turn is clockwise, and then we build off of that. Will we ever go back and recheck the clockwise? Like, once we get the winners from the first thing, should I go back and try to... I don't know. Because we're done at that level. But no, we should never move on to the next turn until we've checked them all. Okay, I don't want to resize the window. I want to grab the scroll bar. We just have it stored as an empty string. We got lucky that Bash treats empty strings like zeros. Dude, I'm so lost. Oh my god, dude, this sucks. What was that? Oh, we got a raid? Yo, what's up, Piggy Bank Studios? Thank you for the raid. Oh my god. With a party of 88? I think that's more watchers than I've ever had in my entire life. Yo, welcome. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Having just got done a stream about trying to get Bash base compile set up in Bash. I don't envy the idea of doing AOC in Bash. Set up in OSX. Okay, I was a little bit confused by what you said. Yeah, listen. Not only am I doing Advent of Code in Bash, I'm also on macOS right now. So I got the best of all worlds here. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, hopefully your stream went well, and hopefully you came away with a... with a newfound appreciation of Bash, the best programming language out there, so that's why I'm doing it. It honestly is fun. I mean, I've made it through days 1 through 15 already. This one's giving me some trouble. I've been live for 3.5 hours, and I might have to throw the towel in, so hopefully not. Oh, man. There are some nicer things about Bash compared to Bash. Oh, I like to think that there are very nice things about Bash. I think you're absolutely right about that. Oh, man. But yeah, oh my god, thank you so much. I'm new to the Twitch culture. I'm new to everything here, so like, I'm getting raids. This is super nice. I'm gonna write you down because that was a super nice thing for you to do. Gotta write down the other person who's giving me a raid too. These are super awesome. Yeah, so welcome everybody. Welcome. We are doing Advent of Code Day 16, Part 1 in Bash. It's my solution's working for the first example input, the second example input, and it is failing for the real input. So we are in the worst possible place you can be in. Not only is it failing, it takes 2 minutes to fail. So this sucks. Oh man. I've been using Bash since 1993. At this point, I suspect it's Stockholm Syndrome. Yo, I can understand that. I can appreciate that. Got a couple large raids. I normally only have like 5 people. Hey, well, yo, I appreciate it, dude. You passed the love on, so that's super nice. That is super nice. Ooh, you're a content creator now making the big bucks. Bro, oof, you should see it. I think I got paid $7 last month from TikTok. I'm about to retire on that. Oh my god. 2 minutes to fail is better than 30 minutes to never get an answer. Listen, you are right. You are absolutely right. Oh yeah, anybody who's just tuning in from the raid, thank you, welcome. Just want to let you guys know that I'll be doing the Advent of Code puzzle. I do not want any solutions spoiled. Please, If you want to throw out your ideas because you're brainstorming with me, hey, that's awesome. If you're like, oh, I know this solution I solved using X algorithm, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I don't want it. I may ask you for it, but I don't want it. I want to solve this by myself organically. All that stuff. Dark Space, you are famous. You are famous. The reason you're famous is because someone in the YouTube chat just said, is Dark Space here to give the Dark Space hint trademark instead of throwing the towel in? I want to see you get there. Dark Space may or may not be there. I have no idea. But I do not want the hint. Yeah, Dark Space is here. He just said LMAO. I do not want the hint yet. I feel like I'm very close. But I do appreciate that Dark Space is here willing to give the hint, because I'm sure there's some mathematical way that I'm looking over here. I don't use TikTok anymore, but I love the You Suck at Programming vids. Don't worry, they're up on YouTube. Sure, that's probably way more your speed than TikTok. I'm assuming, but if it is, yeah, check it out. Yeah, so thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully your stream went well. I'll make sure to check you out. Anybody here who's joined from the raid, if you like watching some guy who knows Bash way better than anyone else should know Bash, go ahead and, drop a follow, hang out, check out my YouTube, etc. All that stuff. I'd appreciate it. I still don't know what to do here. Because we are checking for the minimal amount of turns by prioritizing that. The only thing I can think of is that we do bias. We absolutely do bias clockwise over counterclockwise. I don't think that should matter, but it might. It might matter. So this could potentially fix it, right? It's totally possible that this fixes it. I don't know if it will. Yeah. Can we see the code with the visitor stuff again? Yeah, I'll pull that up after I let this thing run. I also haven't been fully paying attention, but I think you already did one of my hints, and the other hint probably won't fix the bug. Okay, fair. Yeah, I think that's what I'm encountering is I think I'm encountering a bug. Like, that's pretty much it. My current hypothesis, for anyone paying attention, is that my bias of clockwise is bad, so I've just changed my bias to be counterclockwise now. Let's just see if we get a different answer. That's literally all I'm going to do. If I do get a different answer, then my logic needs to be updated. Why is it running so slow? Limited by terminal output? Listen, if you weren't a first-time chatter, I would kick you for saying that. Not really. Because you're giving Warforged some ammo to use against me. It's slow because I'm writing it in Bash. That's really what it is. I need to optimize some things around that. I don't think the echoes are slowing it down that much. We'll see. I have the timing output statistics. Hopefully it's not. But I'm trying to imagine what I need to do. We need to contrive an example that tests my counterclockwise versus clockwise biasing. Standard out is expensive. Listen, man, standard out is a file descriptor that is available on Unix-like operating systems. It's not expensive or inexpensive. Each print is a syscall. Hey, that's better now. I actually don't know if that's true. Yeah, it would be. Echo's built in, but I don't think it does any sort of buffering by default. Don't just say it's true. Actually think through the problem. It would depend on how Bash is implemented. I could understand. I could believe that, like, it's like calling printf and C. Okay, I got the same exact answer, so something's not right here. But yeah, it'd be like calling printf and C. I call 3 printfs. I don't necessarily get 3 syscalls unless I change the standard out buffer. I didn't time it, so we didn't even know. There's buffering somewhere. Great, cool. 105508. This is the same answer. I keep getting the same thing. Like, this isn't right. It's not Bash as slow as the terminal, I think. Listen, okay. I understand. I'm not yelling at you, first-time chatter. You're fine. I'm going to yell at Warforged. Warforged is my friend IRL. I'm going to yell at him because I know he can handle it. And he's a good guy. He actually is. I swear this. I'm going to yell at him because he's my friend, and we've known each other for a very long time. Writing to standard out and having it show up on your terminal is an expensive operation, especially if we're going over SSH, where now it has to go over the network. Yes, this is expensive. This is moving fast. It might have an effect on my timing, but I don't think the timing effect is going to be as big as you all think it is. I think it'll still be within the realm of a minute. So yes, it makes a difference, but I don't think it'll make that big of a difference. We will see what the difference looks like. I will run it with and without the echoes for you all. Now, it might make a difference. Well, hold on. I owe you a lunch. Listen, I'll buy you a lunch either way. But I want to know how different it will be, because I think it will make a difference, but I think it's going to be in the realm of like a minute. I don't think it's going to be that crazy of a difference, but maybe you all are worried about that difference. So we shall see. So yes, random chatter. I'm not yelling at you. I am yelling at Warforged and Warforged specifically. But we shall see. I'm just going to let it run. At least you're consistent, even if consistently wrong. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I appreciate it. If we're saying 1 minute compared to 3, it's like a 33% hit. Can't math. I'll let you figure out the math. I think when I ran it without the echoes, we were at about a minute 45. But in my mind, I'm thinking of the difference between like 1 minute and 10 minutes. So maybe I'm just like in the completely different realm. Okay, look at this. 1 minute 55 with the echoes. 1 minute 55 with the echoes. 1 minute 48 in real time. 5 seconds stuck in the system, probably writing to the screen, right? Right? Right. Commenting it out. We're going to rerun this. 1 minute 55 is the number to beat. I'm not going to clear the terminal. We can scroll back up and see it. 1 minute 55. I think when I ran it before, it was 1 minute 45. We're talking 10 seconds here. Now, you can say that's significant. I'm not going to poo-poo you for that. But Warforged, I don't think this is having the effect that you think it's having. So I expect that lunch, and it will be delicious. To be very clear, I know very little about the implementation of printf and cstandard library, besides that it does some kind of buffering and some amount of syscalls when it actually wants to help with the data. Yeah, you'd have to look into the specific like implementation details. From what I know, it does buffer until it hits a new line, and there's a couple ways you can get around. It's like vset buff or something, I think is the function. You can also flush standard out. Standard error is different. Standard error won't have any buffering by default. But yeah. Does bash spin up a new process for each line it's running? Depends on what that line is. If that line's a function or that line is a bash built in, no. If it's a command, like on the external, like an external command, then yes. Yeah. Oh, but yes, like if you're in a C program and you're printfing to standard error, it's different than standard out when it comes to buffering. So yeah. Okay. Warforged says, okay, I can concede that perhaps bash is the bottleneck here. We shall see. We shall see. It potentially forks many things per line. That's very true. If you have external command, pipe external command, pipe external command, it will fork all three pretty much at the same time. Not one after the other like people would think. It forks them all and sets them up before they even start running. So you fork and then you connect everything and then you exec. So it's a little bit confusing for people. People get into race conditions without realizing it. It was 0.19 for sys previously. Hey, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, because we're not outputting to the, like once we start printing, we're in the syscall land, so we're going to be using system time there. Piggy's right. You do have to print a new line to clear the buffer or use the flush function or something. Yep, exactly. 1 minute 53 with 47 seconds in, because remember, this one is using the counterclockwise bias, so it might be slightly different. So do we get a minute 53 there? And if we scroll up, a minute 55. So a 2-second difference. Warforged, this is what you're talking about. See, this is what I'm saying. When I'm watching the terminal, I'm telling you, my instinct is kicking in. It's printing fast. To a human, that's very fast. But I know that it's not bottlenecked on the terminal. I can just see it. I've seen it go faster. I know that that's not the bottleneck. So that's a 2% hit. Is it even a 2% hit? It's like a 1% hit. Get out of here. 2 seconds, that's an eternity. Oh my God, you guys are funny. Listen, I expect an apology from everyone in this chat. I am a batch bash noob, But Handsome Hero got me into doing some builds, and even though the languages kind of suck, they are more than enough for what I need to build things. Listen, I'm going to pretend you didn't say the language sucks because Bash is the most beautiful language that's ever been written. I don't actually believe that. But yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, you bet on differently. Get out of here. Yeah, this literally is a margin of error. Like, I could probably rerun this and get a different thing. Like, you guys are ridiculous. Yeah, I'll be honest, I know nothing about Batch, man. Like, I really don't. I only know Bash. I know the Unix stuff. That's what I know. Either way, we are consistently getting 105508. And that seems to be somebody else's puzzle answer, which has me concerned. Darn, I would. I'm tempted. I'm not going to, but I'm tempted to pull someone else's solution code, like someone's solution code that works, run it through my input, and verify that the answer is not 105508. If I get a different answer, then I know that my solution has a bug. Just because it feels so strange that I'm getting the wrong answer consistently and it's someone else's answer. Yeah, it's not just the wrong answer. I actually got a mess. I'll show you the message I've seen. I've never seen this message before. If I go here in Advent of Code and I type in this answer, not only is it not the right answer, curiously, it's the right answer for someone else. You might be logged into the wrong account or just unlucky. So how weird is that? Like, that's weird, right? That's super weird. Have you tried logging out and logging back in? I could. Can you add turn count to the visited array and see what happens? Yes, I can. You just want to see the right answer then and work towards that? Yes, that would be my goal. Not, I don't even want to see the right answer. I just want to, like, give someone my real input, have them run it through a solution that we know works, and to say, yes, Dave, the input is different. Your solution guaranteed has a bug, because then I would feel better about it. Yep. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to log out and log back in. I'm going to look at the visited stuff. Maybe the answer space possibility is small, so it's just a coincidence. I feel like it's got to be just a coincidence, yeah. Because, I mean, this answer is only, 108,000? That's a small number in terms of 48-bit integers or whatever Advent of Code uses, so it's totally possible. Where did I keep track of my visited? Scene? Great, I don't name them. This is what I got. Cheapest! Okay. We have the location, we have the direction. That's what we store. The location, the direction. Maybe we should store turn count in there. Because maybe we're filtering out things that we shouldn't be doing. Oh, sorry. My bad, everyone. Here's the terminal. So what I did is I pulled up my code. I tried to find where I kept track of where I've seen. And of course, I call it cheapest. Because that would be too easy. Let's do this right now. And what I was storing before was the location and the direction. Now I'm going to make the key the location, direction, and the number of turns. I don't know what a bad streamer. That's correct. I don't know if this will change things. That is the same answer. That is the same answer. It did take a little bit longer to run because it has to try more possibilities. So this one will take longer than 2 minutes to run. So there is that to be mindful of. I'm going to let this run. I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Yo, appreciate it, Piggy Bank Studios. It's a sick name, actually. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you so much for the raid. That's amazing. Run some ads, earn those cents. Listen, you're on Twitch. I can't run ads. I am not an affiliate or a partner. I just started streaming on Twitch again, so I have the followers, I have the hours. I just need the days streamed. One more day after this, and I'll be able to start making money, so that'd be kind of cool. Let's see. Greetings. How's everyone doing? My holiday break ends tonight. I need to get back to it tomorrow. Yo, good luck. That sucks. I hate when the break ends. Run ads on YouTube then. I think I can. I don't run ads, but I think I can. I don't really have a desire to. All right, everybody, get ready for the call to action. You ready? Hey, how's it going, everybody? If you're watching on the YouTube chat and you enjoy what you're seeing, you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I don't know if it helps me out. I have no idea how the algorithm works, but it makes me feel good. Hey, if you're watching on Twitch and you're new here, go ahead and hit that follow button, okay? Because I would appreciate it, because I like seeing that number go up, yada, 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 etc. How was that? Pretty good CTA, right? So yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome from Twitch. I do programming content like this. We're going to be banging out Advent to Code puzzles in Bash. It sucks. And it's fun, and we have a good time. And every stream I get a little bit better, so soon we'll have the unified chat. Melianka in the chat. Yo, what up? No, I don't have advertisements yet. I wish. What's up? That's one of my mods right there. She's a... What is she? She's one of the weirdest people I've ever met. God, love her. She's incredible. Oh my God. Absolutely. You know when you just meet someone that matches your weird energy? Oh my God, 100%. Better go catch them. Yeah, I want to ban you. I'm actually banning you. I take back all the nice stuff I said, dude. You're getting banned. I follow you on Instagram. Yo, appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Instagram's popping off, man. How did I go from 0 to 169,000 followers in less than a year? I remember when this was a Metroid stream. Yeah, 2 or 3 years ago. Is she a nerd too? Yeah, she is. Hell yeah, brother. So true, gamer. Warforged. I played it. And you commented on it while I was playing it in my Twitch chat. I played it on Twitch. You even talked to someone else, like when I went to the one area to see if I saw a little Easter egg. Yes, I played it. I 100% played AM2R. It's super fun. I would play it again. It's a really fun game. Performance boost. Move turns from the key to a value. Then compare against the value instead. If turns is higher, continue. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Dude, yeah, AM2R was a really fun experience. Let's check YouTube chat. I'm an engineer who has a good base in programming using Java, but I want to get more into embedded systems. Any advice? Buy yourself an eval board like STM32. Oh my God, this is great advice. Oh yeah, YouTube chat's popping off with good advice. Yeah, I can't help with the Java stuff. Darn. You know what I wish I had in this solution? Echoes. I really wish it was printing to the screen. They're basically like net zero when it comes to performance costs. So like, I would really benefit from them right now. You have to be a masochist to do this in Bash. Listen, you're not wrong. Go check out my YouTube channel. I've got, oh man, I've done the first 15 days in Bash. I am here for the long haul. I do everything in Bash. It is insane what we do here. What we do here at You Suck at Programming with Dave Eddy. Did you know you could buy this on a t-shirt? I have a bunch of other t-shirts. I have a t-shirt that says, "You wouldn't exit Vim. It's not possible." I love that shirt. It's all in my merch store. ysap.sh/merch. Did you know that? You guys ever see my website? Well, it would help if I typed my website incorrectly. Dave, you're not sharing your browser. Okay. Here's my website. You guys ever seen this website? This website's sick. Why is... There we go. This browser could be a little bit bigger. Let me... Hold on. Dev, YSAP tools, horizontal. Okay. There we go. I have a script that resets my terminal sizes and my browser size. Yeah, this is my website. You can curl it and it looks almost exactly the same. Did you download your website, or did you write your website in Bash? Yes. Unironically, yes. Go here. The source code is here. You can see exactly how I make it. There's a /website directory. This is not a Bash web server. Nope, this is served out of Nginx. But yeah, you go here. There's a link to the merch, Instagram, YouTube. Click the merch page, and you can like, you wouldn't exit Vim. You suck at programming. YSAP. Yeah, it's a little cute little book. Yeah, we got merch up there. So go ahead and check out the merch store. Merch store is actually pretty sick. Let me pull back up the terminal for y'all. All right, you wouldn't download a car. Exactly, it's modeled after the you wouldn't download a car. You get it. Imagine if you were at 200,000 right now. It's going to go forever. If only you had a way to know. I know. God, if only I could print something. I would love to use the Bash web server. Like Bad Cop wrote a Bash stack. I could do that. That's pretty sick. Yeah, Bad Cop is another creator on here on Twitch. I think her name is Bad Cop with an underscore after it. She does Bash. I've actually raced her in a couple Advent of Code puzzles. She's very smart, so it was a tough race. She ended up destroying me at one point. My heart rate really 65? That seems low. I'm like talking and doing stuff. 67? I don't know. I'm like hyper aware of my heart rate ever since I like started working out and doing cardio and trying to be healthier. So who has any idea? I have nothing printing to the screen to excite you. I know, exactly. If I had more echoes, I'd have a higher heart rate. I am relaxed by doing Bash. 65 BPM is healthy. Yeah, it's weird. It's because man, when I started doing this, I was having like some health stuff going on. So like I'd be sitting down and my heart rate would just be like 105. And I was like, I knew that was high, but in my brain that's still like locked in as like what it should be, even though I know that's way too high. So now I'm like way healthier, but my brain hasn't accepted that fact yet. I would 100% download a car if I could mod the firmware. Dude, I would download a car. Oh my God, in a heartbeat. That'd be awesome. We're going to cancel this. 8 minutes. Oof. We're going to cancel that. And we're going to do some echoes. And we are going to do that thing where instead of storing the turns, we're going to set it equal to turns. Because we've been here. Let me think. We've been here with like 5 turns. And then if we go there at 6 turns, then we know that that is not the ideal place to be. So, this or nah. So if n is set and n is greater than turns, no. N is less than turns, then we continue because we've already been there before. Let me think about this. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Seeknay? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are popping off. I got rated with like 150 viewers, so hopefully they're all enjoying what happens here. Oh my God, you know what? I didn't even talk about what else happens here. I'm so sorry. Real quick, Darkspace says, wait, are you just storing if you've been somewhere in your cache? Or I guess where? Yes, I'm storing where, the direction, and the number of turns it was. But now I'm changing that cache to be the location of the direction and the value associative array. So the key is the name and the direction, and the value will be the number of turns it took to take there. Maybe it should just be cost. It shouldn't be turns, it should be cost, right? Because if we've been here before at a lower cost, we don't want to store this one. Yeah, it shouldn't be turns, it should be cost. if we've been here and we've been here less than the cost, then we don't care. I like dark space because sometimes dark space just makes me like rethink about what I'm doing, and then it like causes me to just do better. I see. Hello. We need to get Dave a subscribe button. Everyone follow him. Listen, subscribe button should be coming soon. If I stream one more day this month, I will become an affiliate. I don't know how that's different than partner. I do not know what the difference is, but I will have whatever affiliate is. Okay, I do have a hint. Let me try and run this first before I see what the hint is. You may need to flip the less then. I may need to. Also, yeah, if you all are new here, I just want to show you guys what happens here. While that's running, you get this. There we go. Oof. Dark Space just destroyed Warforged in the chat. Oh my god. Hit him with a your mom? Brutal. This is going to take too long. Like, just simply this is going to take too long, isn't it? We're at 21 turns, and we know the answer was like 105. Now, 105 was too high, but I'm just wondering if we could speed up some of this stuff. Like, we grab this here. We can just default it to a really high cost, like something that we're not really going to hit. This might be slightly faster. Nah. How'd you move your camera that fast? I got a button. My camera's on a little gimbal thingy. It's an Instalink 360. So I just click a button. Boop. Like this. Boop. Whoa. Whoa. I could fork and parallelize it. Absolutely. I think I've broken a record. 74 watching on Twitch and 39 on YouTube. Oh my god, thank you everyone. That's over 100 viewers. That's crazy. I've never had viewership like this. If you're actually, this message goes out to everybody. I have a YouTube. I upload videos regularly on it. I try to hit every day, but not necessarily. Really good information about Bash. I have a series called You Suck at Programming where I just jump right in and teach you something you've never seen in like 3 minutes. I also upload very long form content where I'm like building something from beginning to end. These VODs go up there, and I also cut out parts like this to just have like the advent of code stuff if people are interested. So go ahead, subscribe to my YouTube. A lot of good stuff going on there. If you're on Twitch, go ahead and hit that follow button. I will have that subscribe button soon, hopefully. So yeah. Windham Hill vibes. No idea what that is. Sounds cool though. That jingle made me think of the Halloween theme. Oh god, you know, at the moment I play something, I forget what I play. This one? I'm playing it by, like, memory, so I could have the wrong notes. Something like that. Sounds like Tubular Bells. Something like that. Super jealous. That will amaze me. Just, you know, have played your whole life. Easy. What's that one? Tubular Bells? You ever heard that one? Sounds like someone's got to go buy Pure Moods Volume 1. There's some good songs on Pure Moods Volume 1. Oh my god. What was it, that piano one? Is it... Something like that. I don't know. It's really hard to play on this keyboard. Also, my hands are getting kind of cold, so what I do is I just, you know, put them over a little open fire. Can you play the soundtrack of Requiem for a Dream? Which one is that? I know it's a movie. I know, yeah. Is it da-na, da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na? Is that Requiem for a Dream? Yeah, Tubular Bells is... That's what it's called. I wouldn't even know how to play that one. I don't even know what the other, like, any other things besides that. Tubular Bells is Halloween theme song. Is it the same song? I thought the Halloween was... Like, technically they're different. They're both in, like, E. I think. Also sounds like Heartache Every Moment by him. This is never gonna finish. This is just not going to finish. I am not hopeful about this at all. Every song is just the same 4 chords anyway. You know, back in my day, Bait was believable. Just a small town girl. It does sound like that, you're right. I don't think this is ever going to finish in a way that matters. All right. I might be stuck. Tubular Bells is the Exorcist theme song. Yes, that's what it is. Yes, you are right. That is exactly what it is. Yes, there's a Halloween theme song, and then there's Tubular Bells with the Exorcist one. Can you play Freebird? Nope, absolutely not. This is not going to finish in any sort of good time. Why is this taking so long? Let me think about this. Because we're keeping track of what we visited, and we're keeping track of the cost of it. So like, oh, we already visited this space, and the cost was lower. If you remove the echoes. Oh, so dumb. We keep track of if we visited a place by if we've been there facing that same direction. Yeah. Is this an n-squared algorithm? I believe it is. I would defer to Dark Space on that. Exorcist is old school, released in 1973. Just like Bash, released in 1989. Let's see. Did you implement saving the cost in the cache? I believe I did. Yeah, so when we cache it, in our visited thing. Like if we hit a free space, we cache it. And we cache it with the location and the direction as the key, and the cost is what we're saving there. Then when we visit a new place up here, we check, we grab the data out of the cache, otherwise we defaulted to this really high cost that we haven't hit yet, 999,999. I can throw another 9 in there for good measure. I can throw another 9 in there, who cares? If n is less than cost, so this new one, God. I have over 100 viewers right now. All right. Everyone who's watching me, close your eyes, okay? I don't want you to see what I'm about to do. All right. I don't want anyone to see that. I don't want anyone to see that. I may have got my alligators and crocodiles messed up. You did tell me too. That's the worst part. The worst part is that you told me that. Well, this didn't work. What's a little inequality between friends? No need to see. I feel the pain. Now listen. To be fair, something didn't work. If n is greater than cost, of course it's greater than cost because we defaulted it to 0. So if we've never been here before, if we've never been here before, then default it to the cost because that's what it would take to get here. I could technically make it 0. Real quick. All right, now the email has everything you asked for. License explicitly stating you can review it. Anyways, it's like 5 a.m. I gotta sleep. See ya. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate the email. If I have questions, I'll message you back. No guarantee when I'll get around to reviewing it and making the video. I already have more reviews in the pipeline I have to get through. But when I do, I will email you. I'll give you a link to the video. I'll let you know. I'll give you a heads up, all that good stuff. So yeah, take care. Have a good night. It's 5 a.m. Get to bed. Oh my God. It's nice to see a mistake we all make. Hey, let's go. Maybe you actually did have it the right way around. All right, listen, don't say things like that. Don't say things like that. Let me think about this. Okay. We're going to check if we visited here before and it was cheaper. So we grab the data out of the cache. Otherwise, we default it to the current cost because that's what we will set it to. If we've been here and it's greater than the current cost, we've cached it here, then we continue. No. Okay, now I'm confusing myself. Greater than equal won't help. I'm already defaulting it to cost. Stop. If we visited this location before, we'll have the cost of what it took to visit that location. Otherwise, we'll default it to our current cost. If... doesn't really matter. You're also echoing before the visited check. Listen, I don't want people commenting on what I'm echoing and what I'm not echoing. You're right, it is hard to tell. I can just put something like that. So we are getting some visited. I started seeing them. Comments are no longer in sync, just like the real code. How much of backseating is the okay amount? That's the okay amount of backseating. I'm just telling you for your specific suggestion that I'm ignoring it right now just because I'm in a different mind process. My brain's not good. My brain's not good right now. Sorry, you are different than Warforged. Your colors are the same, so I totally just assumed you were the same chatter. My apologies. The amount of backseating that you've been seeing here is totally fine. I'm totally cool with this amount of backseating. Like, hey, you made a mistake or you should use greater than when you meant less than. Totally fine with that. If you were like, hey, Dave, Advent of Code Day 16 Part 1 is solved using the whatever theorem and this algorithm, that's not allowed. I don't want that. So sorry, that's a better answer to you. I totally just assumed you were Warforged, so I spoke down to you the way that I speak to him in a condescending tone because he's earned it after God, what, 15 years? I think you've earned it, buddy. Oh, man. Hey, Dave. Hey, guys. Yo, what's up, Rodrigo? How you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. And hints are all right if preempted. Yes, yeah, if I specifically ask for it, then it's okay. So what are we doing? We're going to check if we visited here before. If we have visited in this spot before, and the cost was less than our current cost. Wait, this is right then, right? If we visited, let me stop doing this. If we visited here before, and the cost that it took us to visit here is less than the cost it would currently take, then we visited here before. Wait, am I wrong? Yeah, because if we've... I'm so confused. I'm confusing myself now. Where are you saving back to the cache? So in my logic, we have this like infinite while loop that runs. We pop a move off the queue. We read some data out of it. The first thing we do is we do the cache check. And then we check if we're at the end. So this is our end check. And then if we were not any of those, we check, did we hit a wall? If we hit a wall, we can't continue. We throw it out. And then finally, we know that we're at a period. It has to be a period. We assert that it's a period. That's when we save it to the cache before we in-queue the 3 new moves to the queue, which are, you know, turn left, turn right, and go straight. So this is where we store it. We know that in order to get to this location in this direction, it costs this much. So if we're up here and we pull that data back out, let's say it costs 5,000 to get there, but this current thing we're checking out is 5,005, then we don't care. We know we've already visited there, and we can just not bother checking it. Yeah, if it costs us less than what it would cost us now, we need to just throw it out. Does the direction matter? What do you mean? If I've been to a... Yeah, I think the direction does matter, because if I've been to a square and it costs 1,000 points to get to that square, it matters which direction I was, because to push off that square and go somewhere else, like... Does it? Let me think. I think it does. Yeah, it's the currently facing direction at that particular square, and it costs to rotate, so it does matter. Yeah. But isn't cost the amount to get to position, comma, direction? Can't you save it if it's the new min? Well, on YouTube chat, the direction absolutely does matter for the visited. It does matter because, like, it costs money to rotate. So if I visited a square and then I turn like left, I'm still at the same square. I'm just facing a new direction with a new cost. So if I were to say, oh, I've already been at the square, this is not viable, like, no, then I rule out rotation completely. But isn't dollar cost the amount to get to position and direction? Can't you save it if it's the new minimum? Yes. The cost is what it took to get to that position at that direction. That is correct. So when we pull it out of the cache, we say, hey, what did it cost to get to this location in this direction? And if you don't have an answer, like if this is the first time we've been here, let's just say it's a really, really large number. I could put like, you know, U64 max here or something. If that number is less than the cost that we're currently checking, meaning we have a cached route that is faster, then we should just give up. Because we've gotten to this location before and we've gotten here faster. So we should just continue. We should just try again. We shouldn't even do anything with it. Otherwise, we've gotten down here in a cheaper way, or the same cost. So we don't know which one's better yet, so we have to still try it. We may have hit the end. That's awesome. We may have hit a wall, in which case we're not going to cache it. And then if we make it down here, if it is a free space, then we do cache it. So this will become the new minimum. Yeah, if we get down here. Okay, I guess that's fine. Yeah, I think it is too, which scares me. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm dealing with a bug or my algorithm is just fundamentally flawed. You know what I mean? That's why I'm worried about this. Because also, this is going to take forever. Because last time, in mine, I immediately save it to the cache. Oh, okay. Probably is faster to do that. Because then I don't have to like check if it's a wall or anything. Like the cache will already like know that it took there. So there's no reason to even check it. It might be faster to just do that. Because I don't know how many turns it's going to take, but look how long this takes. Now, as it gets higher... Oh, we're starting to see more visiteds. Every time the output space is printing the word visited. Ivan, I need to better understand the foo default syntax. It sounds like you actually understand it pretty well. I mean, you nailed it, and that's exactly what it is. Yeah, because as this cache grows, it should get faster and faster. Because it's not, I mean, it's going fast. Not the fastest thing in the world. I don't even know what part 2 is yet. I can't even think about that. Yeah, we're only at 21 turns. Now, we know that it's 105 or less turns because Advent of Code told us that ours was a little bit too high. So that is good. And what is the map? Is it 141? We looked at the thing. So like 141 times 141 times 4 is how big the cache can be. Width, height, time, number of directions. I don't know what that number gets us. Just, you know, those are some fun numbers we could think about together. Starting to lose my mind. Listen, I still have 70 viewers on Twitch. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. I'm slowly like descending into chaos, so I guess this is what happened with Piggy Bank, right? Oh, man. 141 times 141 times 4 is 79,000. Okay. God, that sucks. When the code takes a long time to run, just blame the fundamentals of resistance causing heat. Listen, that's a smart move right there. I respect that. You're defaulting newly visited spaces to a really high cost and checking to see if the current path was cheaper than an arbitrarily high cost and saying visited. Did I read that correctly? Yes, you did. That's exactly what I'm doing. So I'm basically, here's what I'm doing. I'm trying to pull the data out of the cache. And normally I had before I had the logic that said, if the data was in the cache and the number was, you know, bigger than some cost, or sorry, less than some cost, then we break out. I turn that all into one line just for the sake of what I thought would be more performant in bash. So it's a little bit harder to read, but now I'm saying pull the data out of the cache or default to a really high number. Like this was just, no matter what, this is going to lose that if statement. Our current path will be more performant than whatever that path was. Looks like it's looping. I don't think so. It doesn't. Everyone keeps saying that. We're at 23 turns now. I bet it will get to 24 turns. But we'll see. I could be wrong. Of course I could be wrong. I just wanted some chatter in the background while coding, but now I've been nerd sniped by the bash stuff. Yo, that's awesome. In the meantime, you can pull a real answer and run it. Oh, I could do that technically. Yeah. Yeah, are we at 24 turns? Did I say we were at 23 before? Yeah, I don't think we're looping. There's just a lot to check. I'm gonna quit this real quick. Wow, 5 minutes. I'm gonna look and see if there's any way we can do this faster. I'm just trying to think of ways to make this board performant. We know that the maze is solvable. We should never hit this. Okay. And we do this check like immediately. Yeah. Maybe we set this here. That way we don't have to check the wall and extract it from the grid. We kind of save some logic there. We don't need this assert. We never seem to hit it. No idea if that's faster or not. Basically, the caching logic should get hit faster, and we're doing less if statements. And we are crushing the CPU. I still don't think this is going to finish in any reasonable amount of time. It does seem faster. Check for walls before the end, since it's more likely. Yeah, I could do that too. Definitely does seem faster though. Like I think it's gonna take time. Yep. And then we cache it. We cache how long it takes to get to a wall. See, now the echoes are really fast where I'm wondering if the echoes are slowing me down. Let's check this out. Check this out. Well, it would help if I used the right variable name. We're going to keep track of every time we make a turn. So we're not printing nearly as much, but it's still doing just as much work under the hood. Oh man, when I go to end stream on Twitch, I should probably find someone to raid, shouldn't I? It seems like that's the nice thing to do. I don't know how people do that. I'll have to figure that out. n minus equal cost will also make it faster. I don't remember what my logic is. You might be right. I just have to think about that. If n is minus to equal cost. Yeah, you're right. You are right. That's significantly faster. That is significantly faster. Yo, shout out for that hint. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dark space, I might have a hint to get you more cash hits. Was it this? Because that made a big difference. I mean, now we're slowing down. Of course, we're going to slow down as we get more. But like, now remember, we know that it is 105 or less turns. 105 or less turns. We know that because when I put in 105 as the answer, it yelled at me. So it said it was too high. No, it's not that. Interesting. Dark space. I am interested. I am ready for that hint if you would like to give it to me. I feel like, let me talk to the chat real quick. I feel like we've given it a good effort. We've put in a really tried and true effort here. We really tried. We're on the cusp of an answer. I think it's time for the dark space hint. What do you say, dark space? What do you think I need to do for my caching logic here? Use a stack instead of a queue. Kind of what I'm doing. Okay, I named it queue. Are you talking about where I enqueue my moves? I named it queue. I always take from the front of it. And what I do is when I enqueue moves, I put the trying to move forward at the beginning of the queue. Because I always take from the front of it. So I always try to move forward. And then I take the one where I try to move left or right. And I put that at the end of the queue. So I don't know what this data structure is called. It's like a priority thing where like the beginning has all my forward movements. The end has all my turns. So I'm less likely to grab a turn. And I always pull from the beginning of it. So I may not be fully interpreting correctly what you're saying. I could be totally wrong here. I think it's a wacky queue. It is. You're right. Okay. We have 3 answers now. I didn't do any sorting here. We have 3 answers. This is the answer we got first. This is another one that would solve it. And this is another one would solve it. So at that turn, I think this is the answer because I'm using my brain to sort these 3 answers. So I think this might be the answer. But before we check it, you want to pop push from the front or back. Also, just embrace the turns. It will let a path fail faster. Okay. Embrace the turns. It will let a path fail faster. Okay. Let me think about this. You want to pop push from the front or back? Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. Let me try this. Let's see if this actually works. Let's go. You were all here first. That's the right answer. You are 1 gold star closer to finding the chief historian. Yes, let's go. 4 hours, 30 minutes streaming, 4 hours working on the puzzle. And we nailed it. Let's go. First try. That's right. That's right. First try. We nailed it. What's up, Seeknate? You were here. Shout out Darkspace. You were here. Shout out, I'm sorry in YouTube chat, I forgot your name, but thank you for showing the less than equal sign because that was it. I don't actually know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. Fretje. Thank you so much. Huge shout out. Yo, shout out. And I'm probably missing people. My apologies. Shout out everyone who helped. Oh my God. This was awesome. All right. So let's think about this. Before I jump into part 2, I want to implement Darkspace's thing, the stack, because I think that's going to help me here. So, what, oh, we already have it open, right. Okay, so what Darkspace is saying is use a stack instead. You want to push pop from the stack. Also, just embrace the turns, it'll fail faster. So, oh, well, read part 2 first. Okay. Yo, Darkspace tells me to do something, I'm doing it. Now that you know what the best paths look like, you can figure out the best spot to sit. Oh, what is this? Okay. Well, give me... Oh, Darkspace, that's weird. It totally just cut out what your message was going to say. I don't know what you're going to say. Give me like a high five or thanks or something? Yeah, man, definitely, dude, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I assume that's what you're going to type. That's so weird that it just dropped the last part of your message. That's so weird. Let's see, we got to figure out the best place to sit. Every non-wall tile, okay, so the free spaces, is equipped with places to sit along the edges of the tile. While determining which of these tiles would be the best spot to sit depends on a whole bunch of factors. How comfortable seats are, how far away the bathrooms are, whether there's a pillar blocking your view. The most important factor is whether the tile is on one of the best paths through the maze. If you sit somewhere else, you'd miss all the action. Okay, so you'll need to determine which tiles are part of any best path through the maze, including S and E tiles. In the first example, there are 45 tiles, marked O, that are part of the least one of the various best paths. In the second example, there are 64 tiles that are part of the least one of the best path. Okay. Wait a minute. Am I crazy? It seems like this is going to be easy. I shouldn't say it. I gotta stop saying that. There are 64 tiles that are part of the best, at least one of the best paths. Yeah, wait, what? Hold on. CP part 1 new. I shouldn't. Part 2. Move part 1 new to part 1. There's no reason to carry around that old script. Let's look at part 2. So part 2. Oh, thank you. Right. Yeah, my bad. I was covering it. All I did was if you can look through the backlog and see what I ran here. The people that write these problems are the real OGs. That is so true. Yo, shout out Eric for this. He's jumped in the chat before. Dude, legend, man. Living legend. Just always add to the beginning of your queue, and that should handle what he's saying. I think you're right. I think you're right, too. Yeah, I'm being funky with my premature optimization. But actually, yeah. So now that I understand the problem I'm going to have to solve, let's look at part 1. Let's look at my queue, which I call a queue. And we're going to leave it called a queue, and it's probably going to stop being a queue, but that's what we're going to call it. Let's not push to the front. Let's just always append. I think I'd have to check bash. I think that's the fastest operation, just the plus equal. We'll always move it to the end. And then when it comes time to grab something, we can grab it from the end. So we'll always push to the end and we'll always grab from the end. And the way we'll do that is we grab it there and then we will unset. So if this is correct, we will grab the -1 spot from the queue and then we will unset the -1 spot. So this will always, this basically, we're pulling off the end. We're always pushing out to the end and we're pulling from the end. You're tired? Yo, have a good night. Thank you for jumping in. And thank you for Thank you for being my friend in real life so I can use you as a punching bag in the Twitch chat. Yeah. Russian Christmas is on the 7th, so there's some time left. Yo, let's go. All right, let's see. Part 1, reading from example. Punches were shrugged off. All right, man. I'll come at you with more punches. That's wrong. That's wrong. Cool. So now we have wrong solutions because of how I did it. Yeah, that works. This stuff works. It's gotta be my turn logic that's bad. If turn's greater than last turn. Yeah, that we stop when we get to a turn. I don't understand how we determine a winner. I'm still on part 1, by the way. I'm trying to implement that, like, thing that Dark Space was talking about. I don't quite understand. I understand the logic. I don't understand how I make mine work like that. Oh, do we just go until we can't pop off anymore? Is that it? Seems slower, right? I can't tell if it's... That seems way slower. Alright, well, we have the working part 2. What was part 2? The reason a stack is probably faster is because it is implementing a depth-first search instead of a breadth-first search. You'll reach the end faster and you'll know your current best solution, and maybe you can use that to prune. Oh, that makes perfect sense. I totally went with breadth-first first. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, find a solution right away, and then when it's cached, we can just start throwing out other solutions pretty quickly. I understand what you're saying. I'd have to do some work to, I think, make my implementation work like that. I do understand what you're saying. I'd have to make some changes to mine to make it work like that, in which I might have to, just because of just the speed alone. It's such a good increase. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, and then when we run out of moves, then we're done. I don't know how to get... I'm just thinking out loud now. Yeah, because like that cost is ridiculously high, but by doing that, we've cached a lot of values really quickly. Yeah, we've pretty much hit like the max turns, and now we're working our way back. This might actually, I'm going to be honest, this might be a case where the echo is actually slowing us down. But I can see the vision here. Yeah, the faster I can get this solution, the better it'll be for part 2. It's cool to see it count down. Oh, we may have hit a solution really quickly. I understand now. We may have hit a solution really quickly. Yeah, like if I had like best solution equals set it really high. Once we get a winner here, if cost is less than best solution, then best solution equals cost. I don't know how long it takes to get a solution, but once we get a solution, it should be like stupidly fast. I can also cheat. I can totally cheat because I already know. This seems unfair. I already know the best score for this one. So, like, I can literally just use that as a starting point. Like, isn't that kind of unfair? Also, there's going to be multiple best paths, but I think this one only had one. Echo out the best solution. I don't think I ever hit the best solution. I don't think I even salted in that time. I'm gonna cheat. Not cheat. I mean, technically this is allowed. I'm gonna use the what I know is the best solution to seed it instead of 99999. I know it's 105,496. But if it's still 99, you'll know. And I mean, put it in that one main echo. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Did I? Where did I? Oh, don't do this. Yeah, I'm kind of not really cheating. I'm just taking a little bit of a little shortcut. Exactly. I wonder if I have to make it one higher or put like less than or equal or something. I think I'm still good, but I'm just going to make it one higher. I think I'm still good. So I have no frame of reference for how long this will take, but we'll let it run. It only took 2 minutes and 55 seconds. It's not the worst thing. I'm still letting this run over here, but I'm looking at part 2 now. Because for part 2, we need to look and figure out. Okay, here's the nice thing. We know there's only one best path through our maze. And we just need to keep track of how many tiles were in it. Like, this seems actually really easy. Because my thing kept track of cost, which I still will do. And we even keep track of the number of turns. Do we even use that anywhere? I think we use that to stop at a certain point, but we didn't even bother with it, right? Yeah, we didn't even keep track of it. I guess we use it to determine the winner. Yeah, we did. Okay, so we keep track of the turn. How about seats? We're just going to add more data to it. Yeah, we're just going to add a new piece of data to this, which is the number of seats that we've encountered. If we move them up, then the number of current seats increments. But if we do a turn, then the number of current seats is the same. Yeah, that should be it. Where we in queue, we just need to include that. I think that's literally it. I don't think there's much else that needs to be done. Let's try some examples. This one's not working. Whatever one I did to fix it did not fix anything. Yeah, oh well. I completely understand what you're saying, and it should make it faster. I'm willing to bet there's just some weirdness with bash and pulling things out and string manipulation, and honestly, pushing to the end of an array might not be the fastest way to do it. Like, once you start having big arrays in bash, things get bad. So I'm willing to chalk it up to some weirdness with the language. 736 has 36 seats. So the first example, there are 45 tiles. And I think that's because there were multiple best paths. No, I don't know. The second example, there are 64 tiles. So it should be 45 and 64. We have 36. And we have 48. Okay, so neither are wrong, but they're both less. Let's make sure that we are not doing things stupidly. How is this wrong? The fifth argument of NQ. Okay. 70, 36. Should have 36 seats. Or no, we got 36. It should be 45. Now, it says at least one. So I'm thinking it says at least one, that you have to put all the best paths together. And I'm pretty sure mine only had one. So I might just be able to cheat. You know what I mean? Like, I think I might just be able to cheat. Like, I think give me 3 or 4 minutes and we just cheat, right? So this algorithm won't work for everyone's input, and it'll just work for mine. Yeah. Campo says yes, so yeah, that's, yeah. I mean, hey man, it is what it is, you know? We're 5 hours into a stream, we know what's up. Also, thank you everyone for hanging out. I realize people are being real quiet, and that's cool. People put on programming streams to just hang out and chill in the background. So, yeah. That's perfectly fine. It doesn't need to be generic. I agree, 100%. Yeah, I just need to get the answer. Technically speaking, you know, I could take my input and just start drawing lines to the puzzles. Like, I just need to get the right answer. So, oh man, Advent of Code is so fun. It's because I was gone, obviously. Oh my god, it's like an echo. It's like Warforged is still here. Ooh, this candle's so nice. Technically here again, finished making dinner, and you're still here. Listen, man, things are not going great. Oh, dinner. That sounds good. I got one protein shake left tonight to fill my macros, and I'm looking forward to it so much. Oh my god. Listen, guys, don't let your health get away from you, guys. Cardio and watch your weight. It's important. Don't be like me. Or be like me now that I'm disciplined and driven. Don't be like me when I was lazy and just getting DoorDash every night. It's cold. It's cold outside. That's what it is. Pretty sure it's below freezing. Oh, also, I'm just exhausted. I was doing demo work with my mom, so she came over. We were working on my downstairs bathroom. I'm ripping down all the drywall, all the fake tiling. I had to reinforce a header and rip down a load-bearing stud. And man, after just bags and bags of drywall to the trash, dude, I'm spent, man. Absolutely spent. Winter Wonderland, yeah, Winter Wonderland. No snow and freezing temperatures and rain that hurts. Yeah, I agree. Part of the U.S. are you in, Dave? I'm in New York. Yeah. What's your previous go-to DoorDash order? Any form of large pizza. So, yep. I do have an Instagram. Go check out my Instagram. Don't stalk me. Warforged, you're being weird. Don't be weird. Seeknay, I know. I wanted to reach out to you, actually. I'm not going to do it here publicly. I don't talk about it too much publicly. But I'm going to reach out to you privately in the DMs. I think we should get together sometime. It'd be a lot of fun. Oh, but yeah, my previous DoorDash order, I don't remember if I said it. Pizza. Any form of large pizza. Pizza Hut. Hey, look, we got some answers. Let's see what we got here. Look at this. Easy, easy, easy. So the lowest one is this one. 496. Is this just... Am I stupid? It's just this number. But of course it's just this number because there was only one solution. If there were multiple solutions like this, the number would be different. It would be, the difference between it. So it could have been between 496 and 508 or some mixture of them. Yeah. But for me, because there's only one best solution, it's 496 because it's just this part of the number. Oh my God. Of course. Of course. Oh, that's not the right answer. Your answer is too low. Curiously, it's the right answer for someone else. God, what's going on here? In any case, you need to be using your puzzle input, blah, 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 blah. So this one's too low. It's too low. Too new. It would have helped, I think, if I printed them out. Visual inspection of this would be useful. Is it 500? I can't just try the other two numbers. They put you on some sort of cooldown. So like if I did this, I did enter. 15 seconds. It's not that big of a cooldown. There should be multiple paths with the best cost. I understand what you're saying, but there's not for my puzzle. Or at least not that I was able to determine. For my puzzle, there was one path that was the best. The rest of them were slightly too high. That's why I love doing AOC instead of game render loops so I can visually inspect bugs. Yeah, that's super useful. I don't understand. They're definitely dupes. Yeah. I might be cashing them out. Doing something weird. We've been here. We've been here in a cheaper way. Yeah, I think what we're doing is we're filtering this out. We're basically saying, oh, we've already been to this thing with the same cost. So we throw out the beginning that got us there. I think it needs to just be less than here. Because now we're saying, like, if we get to the same location and it costs us less, Yeah, if the cache version is less, then we throw it out. We were throwing out if the cache version was equal, but there could be multiple ways to get to the same path. But the problem with this is that made it take so much longer to run, if you guys remember. The cooldown gets longer the more wrong answers you give it. I've seen it go up to like 10 minutes. Oh, okay, so it's like an exponential back off. That's pretty funny. Makes perfect sense that it would be, but yeah. Might be overlap with coordinates, and also the results aren't the best paths. Well, I know I got the best path because I got the first one right. This won't even give me the answer. This will just give me a bunch of numbers. I think I'd have to store all the coordinates they visited and then dedupe them. Oh man, this sucks. This is one of those things where I think this is one of those ones where I think if brain's broken. All right, hold on, let me fix my brain. Brain's better. I think if I rewrote this, I think if I rewrote this in Rust, I could get it to work because I can make it go faster. I can store more data types. I think just the speed benefit alone of that would make it so this solution would just work. I want the answer in Bash, but do it live. Listen, man, I've done it before. I've done it multiple times, multiple nights. I've like rewritten it in Rust, and you know, it works. Or I go back to the Bash solution and fix it because I thought of something different. Can always run the Bash solution in the background while doing the Rust port. That is very true. Okay, so there were 3 solutions with 36 seats. So technically speaking, I could rewrite this script to make it work in Bash alone. And that way when I ran it here, it would work. Oh my god. Let's see. I'm getting a little bit tired, but we're having a good time. We're having a real good time. Do people want to see me rewrite this in Bash while this is still going on? So I'll let the Bash solution run. This won't give me an answer, actually. But I could rewrite it in Rust just to make sure that my approach makes sense. Would people be interested in that? Yo, what's up, Land of the Elite? How'd you know I suck at programming? Dude, I had a feeling, man. I had a feeling. I was thinking about you earlier. I was like, dude, Land of the Elite? Person doesn't know how to program, man. What a loser. Let's do some Rust? Yeah, I figured people would want that. Rust, Rust, Rust. Yeah, everyone's saying Rust. Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know when this will finish, you know? All right, people interested in Rust? Let's do it. Let's do it. Just call it Rust Imple. It doesn't create a Git directory. Okay. I have some other Rust ones too, so let me go ahead and cp day 13, Rust part 1. We'll keep copy over the git ignore and the Rust format.toml. I like those two files. We'll copy those to day 16 Rust impl. Nice. And then I will look in those because I think I've done logic that can just be copied over. I have a darkspace.txt file in there. That's so funny. I'm just going to grab some existing logic to read in a file because I don't feel like writing that again. This is not a great one to read. Day 9. I'm about to tap out. I'm pretty tired. Doing a day and I had 2 halves of problem during the stream is tiring. Listen, man. Yo, it's all good. Thank you for hopping in, dude. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, have a good one. Take care. It's always nice when Darkspace jumps in. All right, well, apparently I didn't do any sort of 2D vector stuff, so... Do you want to eat expensive tasting menu stuff? What are you talking about? I don't know if you remember, but I eat like a 4-year-old. I eat like 4 different things and that's it. I'm definitely down to grab food sometime, man, of course. Yeah, it is tragic. I know, it is. Yep, I haven't outgrown that, so. Alright, we're doing this in Rust. That's what's happening here. Pizza with 4 different types of topping? No. Pizza with just cheese. Quesadillas with just cheese. Noodles with butter, sometimes sauce. I eat like a literal 4-year-old. Doctor thinks it's autism, but I've never actually been tested. But like, yeah, man, that sounds right. Pizza with 4 different types of stuff. I already read that. I'm the same way. Are you? Yeah. I don't know if you're gonna be as limited as I am, just because most people aren't. But I'd be curious. We work in tech, so we're probably on the spectrum somewhere. Dude, honestly, man, it's true. Like, whatever. It is what it is. Add ramen to the list? Yeah. No ramen for me. If I do, it's like super, super fake stuff. I don't eat meat like at all, so. What do we have here? This would just be a string of the input, right? Yeah, that's just the input as a string. Okay, so we can do for line in input dot trim dot lines for C in line dot trim. There shouldn't be to trim here. Line dot chars. Do I need to do an iter there? Just see what this is. Okay, that seems right. Can't be foodie friends. No, we can't be foodie friends. Yo, I love Olive Garden, dude. I'd be so down for Olive Garden. That sounds mad good. Oh my god. I will eat anything, but when I'm operating independently, I basically only eat chicken from the dining hall and have close to 0 veggies. Yeah, dude, I feel that. Yeah, I'm not exploring new things when it comes to food, man. Protein shakes and like real simple stuff. I feel bad. Normally I'm like talking about what I'm coding here, but I'm so in focus mode, you know what I mean? Can I just do char? I think I can. For y in there we go. I think I can do this. Let's see. Oh my god. Can I ask a bash question? For variables, why would you use $sign variable versus $sign open paren variables? I prefer the open paren. That's stylistic. There's reasons why you might prefer one over the other. But I only use it if I have to. I'll give you an example of where I use it. So if I have, like, you know, user equals Dave, I can echo $user, and I can also echo this. Some people will say the square brackets or these curly braces are safer. They're not safer. They both exhibit word splitting. You have to quote your variables if you want them to not be word split. So quoting is more important than using the open and close curly braces. But the open and close curly braces is for saying this, like, imagine if I said welcome. Here, I'll show you. Echo welcome to user's house. What'll happen here is it'll just say welcome to house, because $users will try to get expanded as that variable. Even quoting won't help it. You have to do the open and close curly brace around user because that's the name of the variable, and then to get the S there. That's like the one situation where I reach for the curly braces. Otherwise, I just omit them. You don't need them. Just quote your expansions. And you'll be safe. Let's see. Good on you for a veg diet. Don't give me credit for it. I just don't like the taste of meat. So I've been vegetarian my entire life, just like de facto. Like it just happened. Somebody non-dev must have so many difficulties understanding why I stream like this is so cool to watch. I know a lot of non-developers who actually like watching my stuff. It's like they just find it entertaining. They like the personality. So I'm totally fine with that. Hey, weird question, but I have a lot of friends in CS who are interested in music. Is there a connection between CS and music for you? What do you think, man? I don't know if there's a connection, but I like both of them. I don't know if there's a connection. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it definitely seems like there is one. I like watching the bash parts because it feels so esoteric. Yeah, I can understand that. Oh, man. I haven't bothered with other shells. I just do bash. Let's get back to Rust. Oh, wow, that bash one's still working over there. It's having a hard time. So I should be able to do this. Does that not work? I can't just... I actually have to say they're vex of vex? I thought that would just, like, work. Whatever. I'm too far into it now to worry about that stuff. I need a Rust expert to explain why that didn't work. Oh. I get, because the first one is the reference and the second one isn't. Okay. I actually do understand that. That makes sense to me. Okay. Shell check is a good linter in general. Mr. Eddie, why don't you use shell check? Mr. Warforged, why do you just make assumptions and then hold me to them? Don't project your version of me onto myself. I like shell check. I think shell check is great, but there are times where it's a little bit too much for me and then I don't bother using it. That's why. I like shell check. I have nothing against shell check. I think it's a really good piece of software. What are we doing? I already forgot what I was doing. I'm all about the projection. Get out of here. Shell check is not for POSIX mainly. It understands bashisms completely. It'll look at the shebang and determine how it should check your code. But yeah, it'll do it that way. Okay, we're pushing on the C. Okay. Let's make some enums for this. We have a free space and we have an obstacle. That's it. We'll do a match statement here. What's your approach to the problem in Rust? We're going to find out. You and I are going to find out together what my approach is. What do we call it? Block. Okay. If it's a period, then it is a block free. If it is a pound sign, then it is a block obstacle. If it is S, then let's make a new type up here. We're going all out, okay? Struct point U64 pub X is a U64, pub Y is a U64. So now we can create points in space. Awesome. We need to enumerate these. Can you generalize your thinking with Rust as opposed to Bash? I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what you're asking there. Do you want me to start like talking through the problem like I'm running Rust? The only reason I'm not is because I'm streaming for 5 hours. I'm just exhausted. Honestly, that's the truth. I'm not a developer. I've been in IT operations over 2 decades. I'm currently a senior enterprise distributed network attached. Oh my God, what a title. I've always wanted to move out of IT ops and into more of dev automation style role, but the advent of AI, GPT, LLM seems to be making that transition fleeting. Still pushing forward slowly and looking at my best path forward when I can leverage my experience. Good luck, man. I don't know. I don't worry too much about the AI, LLM stuff. It hasn't affected me too hard. Again, listen, I haven't worried about it because it hasn't affected me. Very, very personal statements. I'm not generalizing this. People are like, well, just because you haven't. I'm like, I'm not generalizing this. I'm just letting you know it hasn't affected me, so I haven't had to worry about it too much. No worries. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I normally would. I'm just a little bit exhausted. That's really what's coming down to it. So what I'm doing is I'm looping over the puzzle input here, and I'm matching based on what we get. A period is a free space, pound sign is an obstacle, S is still a free space, but we also know the starting point, so I'm going to save it as some point. So I need to save the X and the Y here. And the way I can do that, we're going to have to actually enumerate these. So this would be the Y. Trim.lines.enumerate. Block.chars.enumerate. This means enumerate. Give numbers with. I actually don't know what the definition of enumerate is, but something like that. Make numberable. So now we have X and Y there. So we have the starting point, and we also know that we should return block free. No comma. And then for this, we have the end. And it's also a free block. Down here, if we get anything else, we just panic because we don't know what to do with that input. That does not compile. Expected U64 found U size. Did I specify U64 somewhere? Hey, I did. Oh, it's a lowercase derive. Eh, Why am I... Oh, I hate that I'm doing the bash one first. 58. Yeah, and then print grid doesn't know how to print this. Actually, wait. Can we just call like 2 char on it? And then do impl block pub fun 2 char. Takes a reference to self and returns a char. I think we can. So if it's the free, this is just going backwards. So if it's the free, we return a period. If it's the obstacle, we return a pound sign. Did I not call 2 char? I did. Why didn't that work? I see. I don't see. Oh, okay. I do see what's going on. It's because of the function signature. We're taking a vec of chars. That's not correct. We're taking a vec of block. A 2-dimensional array of blocks. That should work. Cool. It works. What's going on here in the chat? You guys are blowing it up. Now you guys are just arguing about AI. Have fun. I have a video on YouTube called My AI Rant. I uploaded a couple days ago. Go watch that if you want my feelings on it. Otherwise, have fun. Enjoy your discussion. Cool. Hey, that looks pretty good. No, you look pretty good. So dumb. Cool. So what's the algorithm we're trying to do? We're going to make our other struct. Our struct will be called a task. A task will have a point. This is the location. It will have a direction. We need to make direction, don't we? A direction will have 4 possibilities. It'll be east, south, west, north. And we'll give it some functions. Clockwise and counterclockwise are the functions we will give it. They'll take a reference and they'll return a new version of themselves. So now we can match on self. And if it's north, we'll return... what is clockwise from north? East. There we go. If it's east, we'll return south. If it's south, we'll return west. And if it's west, we'll return north. So now we have clockwise. So let's go ahead and give it counterclockwise. If we have north, it'll give us west. If we have west, it'll give us south. If we have south, it'll give us east. And if we have east, it'll give us north. Cool. So now we have really good functions on that. So our task will have a current location, a direction, the cost, which is a U size, the seats. Let's not even worry about that. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just do that. Cool. So now we have a task thing, so we can enqueue tasks. So what's the first thing we do? We enqueue some moves. So we need a queue of moves. It doesn't return anything. We'll take the queue. We could make this a struct. That's what we want. Try move forward, try CC. Okay. Okay. Now, in order to move forward, does Rust have a stack data structure built in? Probably. I mean, I can just kind of treat a vector as one. I can just pop off the beginning if I wanted to, or push onto the beginning, insert at the beginning. I don't know if there's anything else like specifically built for that. There probably is. I just don't know it. I'm not going to bother with it. If we're going to enqueue a move, what do we need? We need the location, the direction, the cost, and the turns and stuff. Whatever. We need the location, which is a point. Whatever. The location, the direction, and the cost. Is vec backed by an array? Vec is basically an array. Vec is the standard lib data structure for, actually I don't even know if it's standard lib, but it's the data structure for having arbitrarily sized arrays, kind of. Yeah. Mega points for perseverance. Yeah, thank you. I might just actually be stupid. That actually might be the real thing that's happening here, but I really want this answer now. There's probably a DQ, double-ended queue, so you can use it how you want. Yeah, there probably is. I think there most likely is, which probably is what I want, right? Because I was going to put things on the front and put things on the back. Not that it really matters. Stack is probably the way to do it. But yeah, I'll look into that if I encounter that. So when I enqueue moves, we need to make a new task. Not yet. Let me think. Match, direction. this look copacetic? Yeah, it's just taking more things. So for the first in queue, where we in queue moves, we clone the starting position. We set the direction equal to south, or nope, east. Do I have that right? Is it location direction? Location direction cost. Cost is 0. Awesome. Popping the first element of a vec might be an O of n operation. Popping the last element should be fine. Not sure if that matters. A specialized queue stack structure should do it in O of 1. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll look into that. Probably need some sort of DQ, which is what, yeah, Darkspace said in the Twitch chat. So yeah, I think you're right. Okay, so these are not clonable. They should be, because all their underlying things are. So let's just go ahead and make our lives easier, huh? What was the other thing yelling at me about? Types differ in mutability. Yeah. It's pronounced deck. Hell yeah. Also, I'm going to bed. Hey, I thought you jumped out a long time ago, so yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night, man. What goes in a task? A task is a location, direction, cost. Cool. Task is location, which is next loc. Direction, which is the same. And the cost is the cost plus 1. I was working on the math for the 2019 problem. Oh, God, yeah, good luck. I'm afraid to look at those problems. No Rust experience, but I Google something now. Standard collections vec DQ might be a thing you're looking for. Sorry if that's too much of a backseating. No, you're fine. That is not backseating at all. Looking up, like, the specific names of the implementations, like, I'm totally fine with that. Yeah, I might look into that then. I might change it from a vec to a vec DQ. Sorry, a vec deck, according to Darkspace. Q dot push task. Does this work? Where? Okay, nice. So now we're going to try and move clockwise. So in order to move clockwise, we just need to say the location is the location dot clone. The direction is the direction dot clockwise. Hey, look how easy that is. And the cost is cost plus 1,000. This is it. Yeah, this is absolutely it. Oh my god. That's it. Now we have new moves in queued. Now we can go into our while loop of try moves, which is just an infinite while loop of popping it off. Let's go look into DQ. I didn't type any of those words right. This is what we have here. Standard collections vec DQ. What do we have? We have append. Moves all elements without leaving. Okay. Oh, you just actually append. So there's going to be a push. Pop back, pop front. Push back, push front. Hey, that's beautiful. This is exactly what we want. So let's go up here. Use standard collections vec DQ. Let's change the underlying backing store of our tasks think we have a vec. Yeah, vec DQ of tasks. Now we can do push front, push back, and push back. And then what we do down here in our loop, we can do let task equals q dot pop front. There we go. And if I had to guess, pop front returns an option. That's exactly what it does. Cool. So now we can do this. Instead of doing that, we can say match on that. And if it's some, then we'll just return the item. If it's none, then we know that it's empty. And what do we do when it's empty? Let's go look at our old code. We didn't actually do anything here. So let's just put something in there. Let's just, I don't know, panic. For now. We'll figure it out later. Okay, so now we have a task we need to work on. So in order to work on this task, what do? We check if it's the last turn. Let's worry about that later. We check if we visited before. DQ is more descriptive of what's going on than def. Def a better way to say it, in my humble opinion. I'm going to go on a limb and say Dark Space was not being serious. I'm just going to go on a limb and say that. Because I agree. What do we use for our cache? We used a hash map, right? All right, so so this will get us that cost. Remember I was showing that in my code before? Yeah, this gets us that cost, and then we did or 999999999. We can actually do that here. We can say get it from the cache, unwrap, or we can do, I think, like usize. Is there usize max or something? What is the max? U64 max? There's a size, usize max. That could be, I'm making up syntax here. Oh, I have to borrow it. Oh my god, is it actually working? No vec DQ in collections. Okay. Yeah, we should probably make one here. It's the visited one that's causing problems. That's fine. No, it's not fine. It's not fine. If n is less than cost. If task.cost is less than cache, then this one's better. So if cache is less than task.cost, then this one's better. Now we should cache it by doing visited.insert task.location.clone And we will put the cost in there. And this should work. I could put just like a star there and get it out of this. Oh my god. Okay. So we're doing something. Now we figure out if there is a wall there. So the way we do that is we grab the thing out of the grid. Block equals grid. Task dot location dot y. Task dot location dot x. Nice. And we can't take, it's going to yell at us if we try to take it out. So if, let's match the block. If it's a block obstacle, then continue. Else we do nothing. It's going to yell at me and tell me to replace that with matches. That's fine. Oh, that bash one's still going. We're only at 38 out of 39 turns. That's so funny. Yeah, we're going to refactor this whole thing into Rust before that even comes close. Check if we won. If task.location equals end, then we win. What do we do now? Oh, we stored the winner. That's what we did. We'll get to that in a second. And then if we get down here, we just enqueue more moves. That's easy. That's super easy. I feel like we could just pass a task in. Okay. Didn't do anything. It just didn't do anything. It's not gonna work. I can't debug print it. Or I can't two-string it, so I have to debug print it. Okay. Did it not think that we got to the end? The end is 13-1. We didn't even try and get there. So what happened here? What got you into Rust, and is your Rust Bash your main languages you work with? Yes. Just got into Rust because it seemed like a cool language everyone was working on a couple years ago, and I really liked it. I got into it. I'm like, this is awesome. Before that, I would say it's C probably, but I'm just like really comfortable with Rust now. I really, really like it. I like all the data structures I have in the standard library. What am I doing wrong here? Pop it off. If what we have cached is less than cost, then we don't bother. If what we have cached is less than cost, then we don't bother. Yeah. Best part of Rust is cargo. That is so true. It really is. Cargo really is, like, incredible. It's just so easy to work with. I think it's your hash map key. Do ya? Do ya now, wise guy? Let's take a look. The location. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. It needs to be a tuple of the task.location location and the task.direction. Direction. You're absolutely right. Good call. Oh, I like pair programming, except pair is everyone on the internet just watching me program. It's great. Okay, so that printed out a lot more. Actually, wait. No, this is good. Because it probably got a winner. So if I run this in grep for winner. Yeah. Hey, look at that. 70-36. So once it got a winner at that... Wow. Guys, how much faster is Rust? It's actually insane. Yeah, it's my pair programming. This is my YouTube chat programming. Rust is so fast compared to Bash is so slow. Why am I doing this to myself? All right. So here's what we'll do. We'll do let mutt best score. This is our best score so far. Equals usize max. It should go in order. We have a winner. Okay, so if let me think about this. Task.cost is greater than best score, then we found all the best paths. I think this is right. If we found one that's higher, then we know that we found the best path. So process winners here and exit break. Okay, up here, panic, maze is unsolvable. Cool. Now we can only break out of here one way. All best paths found. So we found all the best paths here. Best score equals task.cost. Cool. I wonder if this is even solvable on something like a Commodore 64. I believe it would be if you find a better algorithm than what I'm doing. Okay, so we found 3 best paths for that. And we found 2 best paths for that. I'm afraid to run this against the real input. Because, like... Okay. It's so much faster. Guys, it's so much faster. Why don't I just start it in Rust? According to Advent of Code page, my answer was 105.496. 105.496. Do you see how much faster that was? I know that it's a self-imposed challenge. I know that it's a self-imposed challenge. Okay. Here's what we should do. Best path equal any successful pass. No, best path is I'm going to keep going till I find lower scores is how I'm approaching it. So when we get to the end, I check if there were scores lower than it, and I just stop doing it. So apparently we can hit that panic when we run out of things to do, or we've gotten to a lower score. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Yes, we're good. We're good. So now what we'll do is we'll keep track of the winners. So every time we have a winner, I'm thinking out loud. I'm not thinking out loud. I'm actually thinking in quiet. I don't like this. If the task cost is greater than the best score, then we break out. Else, they're equal or they're less than. Else if task.cost is less than the best score, so this task is the new ultimate winner, we should empty the winners. Completely empty the list of winners, because now we have a new list of winners. And now that we're down here, we'll winners.push task.clone. How do you empty a vec? Train? Rust vec remove all elements. Is there like a remove all, drain all? There's got to be something like that, right? Drain. Oh, but it actually like takes a path. Oh, that's so weird. Well, yeah, I could make a new one. I could totally just make a new one over it. But I want to just keep the. I already have the object. There's got to be like a remove all. Truncate. Oh, interesting. You can truncate. I could just truncate it to 0. Oh, when truncating is to 0, you can truncate it to 0. It even says in the documents. I'll show you in the documentation. Yeah, truncating when length equals 0 is equivalent to calling the clear method. So, yeah, just call the clear method on it. Okay, if it's less than that, then we clear it. Then we save it. Okay. All best paths found. Cool. So now that we're down here, we can just do like for winner in winners, print line. We'll just print each winner out, which is a task object. Cool. So here's our winners. This was the cost, this was the cost, and this was the cost. Awesome. Assert that winners, that there is at least something in it. all best paths found for cost winners 0 dot cost. Cool. So now for every single task, this solves part 1. This actually does solve part 1 now. It's so fast. It's so insanely fast. Why don't I just use Rust? Instant. We get 105, whatever that is. 105,496. That is my answer. So now that we have that, what we need to do is for all the winners, we need to store where they went to. So every task should also have a visited thing, which keeps track of every block that it's visited. No. Yes, but no. Steps. These are all the blocks that it is visited. And it will be a vec of points. Okay? Bear with me now. Where do I make this? Okay, I literally just make it here. Okay. So, when we enqueue moves, I don't know if that works. We're going to see if this works. I'm kind of making up syntax now. Did I not call it blocks? What do I call it? Steps. It's called blocks. I should just pass the task object in, shouldn't I? That's what I'm going to do. Why would I need to clone this? I'm trying to give it away. Oh, I see what's going on. Reuse the same variable name. Yeah, we're going to take ownership of task, push 3 new tasks, and then just drop ownership of task. We don't actually need it for anything. Oh boy, it's a lot. Glad you all bared with me. All right, so for each winner, we're going to go through the blocks and insert them into the hash set. And then we're going to count the hash set. And that will tell us how many seats there were. You are flying through this, man. It's dope. Well, here's the thing. I've already put all the thought into doing it in Bash. And as part of that, I also put all my thought into how I would do it in a real language that had, you know, actual structured data and good algorithms. So, like, when it comes to just reimplementing, I'm just copying logic I already had and logic I wrote in my brain. So, like, yeah, I'm flying through this. Let's see. All best paths found for cost 7036 found 0 seats. Okay, that's not great. Why did we find 0 seats? Yeah, all of them have 0 blocks in them. That's not right. So where we're adding blocks, something is breaking. Oh, yeah, of course, because we're just cloning it here. Yeah, hold on. Let b equals task.blocks.clone b.push task.location.clone. We need to actually push location here because when you move forward, that's the only time that we do that. Now it'll work. Well, it'll work once I make this mutt. Found 44 seats. According to this answer over here, we should find 45. If I had to guess, we're not counting the beginning or we're not counting the end. So I'm willing to bet we're always going to be off by 1. That'd be my guess. Just initially. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Because we're not pushing the block that we started at, which is start.clone. I had this logic before and I took it out. So this should return 45 at the bottom. Still returns 44. Let me see. Okay, so we found 44 when we're supposed to find 45. Now what we could do, I think we could graph them. We could print them out. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, we start with ourself as a block. And then when we get to in queue the possible locations, we clone the block and then we put ourself there. Oh, we're putting ourself there. We need the next location. That's what we're doing. That's it. I was using the previous. We need the current. 45. That's it. So the next one should be 64. 64. You ready? Yo, what's up? First time chat on Twitch chat. How you doing? You ready for this, everyone? We're going to do the real input in Rust. We've already compiled it with the release flag. We're going to see how long this takes. Let's do this for real. Ready? Cargo build -- release. Make sure it's built. Time, target, release, Rust impl, real input. Okay, it took 2 seconds. Okay, this is the correct cost. This is how many winners there were, and there are 524 valid seats. Is Bash still running? Yeah, before we do this answer, let's check if Bash is still running. Oh yeah, we're at 46 to 47. And we need to go to 105. We're not making it there. We're not making it there. Now do it in Bash. Get out of here. Sorry, Bash. You've ran for over an hour. We're done. Now, watch this answer not work. 524. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, that's what I like to see. That's the right answer. You are 1 gold star closer to finding it. Why didn't we just start with Rust? No, I like doing it in Bash as a challenge. I didn't get it in Bash. My algorithm is correct. I believe it's correct, but passing around that data in Bash is just awful. We could cache things to the file system. We could absolutely cache moves that we've made and stuff like that, but it's not happening. I have been streaming for 6 hours. It might be the inefficient queue implementation. It doesn't help. It really doesn't help that I'm doing that. Yeah, there could be something going on there. But you know what? I am very happy with a solution that takes 2.5 seconds to run. Again, this is something that could be parallelized. There are ways to do that, but I don't even care at this point. It worked, and we got the answer. Thank you, Rust. You might need to optimize your Bash. I remember when I was a kid and learned that putting all of your Apple basic commands on one line sped up the program by 100x or whatever. Sometimes it's about a little optimization. It is. It really is. I think the way that I was pushing and popping onto the arrays, it just did not like. But remember, to solve part 2, I had to keep track of all the moves that we made. I didn't have to do that in the Bash version, so that's not going to be the easiest thing. If I were to actually commit to doing a Bash version, I would have to give every test that I'm running a unique ID, and then I can cache things to the file system, and then I can reconstruct the data based on the cache and its unique ID. This would let me to parallelize it by being able to fork and exec things out there, but I don't think I'm going to go ahead and do this in Bash. Unless someone has a more elegant solution, I don't see myself doing it. I'm going to be totally real with you guys. I didn't know how many of these I'd even be able to get done in Bash. Like, totally, I thought maybe by like day 8 I'd be done. And here we are at day 16. If I'm getting to the point now where the puzzles are getting harder and I'm going to have to start just doing them in Rust, I'm still going to do that. I would rather do the puzzles in a language than just not do it. So don't worry. Like, I'm still going to be doing these. Like, don't worry about that. But it may not be in Bash. We'll see. Obviously, I'm going to keep trying every puzzle in it, but I may just tap out and start doing Rust because, like, it's one of those things where I get frustrated. I'm like, I know how to do this. I'm a programmer. I'm a good programmer. I know how to do this. But yeah, it is what it is. Make the bash script generate a bash script for each run. I kind of done something similar in past things. They didn't generate their own bash scripts. I just took arguments and then forked off a whole bunch of child processes. Amazing endurance. Couldn't abandon you. Had to stay the happy ending. Appreciate everyone who stuck it out, dude. That's so awesome, man. It's been 6 hours. It's crazy. I think that technically means I have all of my... I think I can become an affiliate on Twitch, actually. Like, I think that might be a thing. Because I think whatever I needed, I think I hit. I don't know if that takes time or if I have to apply. I don't know how that works, but Yeah, it's 7 a.m. time for bed. Go to bed, man. Yeah, don't you have to sit here and watch me. Oh my god. Don't you suck at programming? Nah, dude. I'm awesome at programming. Give yourself a time limit and bash, then bail to Rust. I think I might do that. Yeah. Also, yeah, what do you guys think? Up here in my layout, put like the combined Twitch and YouTube chat. I think that'd be kind of sick. I got to figure out how to do that in a way that I like, but I'm thinking I might do something like that. Again, thank you everyone for sticking around, dude. This was mad fun, and I get to show off that I actually do know how to program. It just sometimes takes a different language. How do I give you Amazon Prime money? Just wait till my affiliate kicks in. So I don't know how that works. Let's see. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Yo, I appreciate it. Super awesome. Thank you everyone for sticking around. I've been streaming for over 6 hours. Probably my longest stream I've ever done. If you are watching on Twitch and you're new here and you like what you see, go ahead and hit that follow button, man. That'd be awesome. If you're watching on YouTube, you better hit that subscribe button or else I will come to your house. No, some of you weirdos might want that. So just hit the subscribe button regardless of what you want. Pipe both chats to an IRC channel. Honestly, that'd be sick. I would love to have like a text, like the chats show up in a very like terminal looking thing. I think Bad Cop has that and it looks dope, honestly. Yeah, definitely gonna get a combined chat. I feel like people would like that. Oh man. Yeah, combined chat thing in Rust. I don't know what the chats even look like. I don't even know what the APIs look like for them. Honestly, I'll probably just go with like Streamlabs or some sort of thing that just does it for you. If anyone has any good suggestions, like, yo, feel free to drop it in chat. Let me know. But yeah, I definitely want to combine chat. I feel like that's the way to do it. Well, I'm going to call it here for tonight. I am exhausted. So if you're watching on Twitch, go subscribe to my YouTube. I'm switching it up. If you're watching on YouTube, go subscribe to my Twitch. Actually, in my experience, YouTube people don't really tend to use Twitch, man, and I understand that. But yeah, go subscribe to my YouTube channel. Go follow me on Twitch. All that good stuff. Yeah, man. I think that's it. Whew. Man, that was fun. We nailed it. Man, Rust is awesome, dude. It's wild having like data structures. Oh my god. Discord stream community? When? What are you asking? Are you asking if I have a Discord channel for You Suck at Programming? Because I do. I do have a Discord channel. Ooh. Or a Discord server. I have a You Suck at Programming Discord server. Yeah, everyone join my Discord. ysap.sh/Discord. Can you coach me? No, I can't. Not you, specifically. Anyone else? Yeah. You? Nah. All right, everyone. I'm calling it here. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate it. I need to go lay down. I'm tired. You need to learn Rust. No joke. You'll pay. I appreciate it, but I'm not going to be the one to teach you. But feel free to message me and Paper Tigers, and we'll give you any pointers you want. You know we're always happy to help. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Glad you guys got to watch me speed through some Rust. Hopefully it was fun. It's 1 a.m. here. And, yeah, I'm going to call it here. Have a good night, everyone. You guys are all awesome. Take care, everyone.